Hey, Aaron's here. Well, let me start sending out the invites. Hey, Slayman, how are you?
Yeah, good, bro. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Aaron, how are you as well? Good to
I'm
have
good,
you
Mario.
back.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a good discussion yesterday. I wanted to go back and forth with you, but it was a bit late.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was a great space.
It
That
was
was a
fun.
great space.
Let me send out the invites. And we got Liza. Liza, how are you? It's been a while.
I'm well. I'm fine. Thanks very much. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good. So we haven't had you for a while. We started missing you.
It's been a bit. I was on a space what? I was listening on space two or three nights ago.
Which space was that? Do you remember?
That was the one you had originally asked us to come talk on the news
Oh, yes. Yeah.
roundtable. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been wanting to cover the news on, like, I don't know if Danish is on stage. Hopefully not, because he's not happy with me, because like he sent me some news that's really interesting, and we've been planning to cover it for days. It's like every time we want to cover it, we just go down different rabbit holes. Oh, there's Danish. Yeah. We go down rabbit hole. He's like waiting for me and not going to bed. He's like, Mario, I need to sleep. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do it now in 10 minutes. And then we just keep going deeper and deeper into those rabbit holes. So yeah, I do apologize for that, Liza.
No.
But at least now I'm not mispronouncing your name anymore. So there's some progress in some
There
ways.
you go.
Mario's still mispronouncing mine, but I'm not going to say much.
No way, your name is. I'm saying Danish. Is it Danish? No way.
It's Danish.
Oh, okay.
Danish.
All right. It's actually a nice name, Danish. Like really nice, really cool.
Thank you.
Danish. Nice.
Much better than Denise. It sounds more like Denise than Danish.
No,
Yeah.
Danish is fine. I think Danish is a problem, but Danish is fine, and Danish is
100.
is pretty nice. Danish is
All
very
right.
nice.
Appreciate it.
And we have.
Well, at least he doesn't call you Dr. Dan like I do, because I can only see the first half of your name and then it gets cut off.
Which
I didn't want to say anything, Aaron. I was like, oh, I guess we're changing my name, but no, it's fine.
You're Danish, Danish, and then. Why do you only see half the name, by the way, Aaron? Is it what phone do you use? An iPhone or a Samsung?
I use an iPhone, and so what I see is Dr. Dan ... And then if I click on it, I can see the whole name.
Oh, weird. Yeah, it shouldn't. It's weird.
Yeah.
And do you see Steve's full name, or do you see Dr. Saint, Dr. ST, Dr. Street ST? Do you see all of Steve, Aaron?
I just see Steve ...
At least you see a full name. Yeah. Steve, good to have you. How are you?
But I know Steve. I know his name.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm good.
Good to have you back.
At least I got my name pronounced right.
Look, if I don't know how to pronounce your name, I should not be hosting those spaces, Steve. I've got bigger problems than Twitter Spaces. All right, audience, we're just waiting for give it a bit of time for everyone else to join. But today's gonna be mainly covering one story that came out not long ago. I think about 24 hours ago. Is that right, Slayman?
Yeah, it's an email that was sent from the let me find it 1 second. So it was an email sent from the select subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic, and it was sent out. So most of us got hold of this today, and yeah, we're going to go through that. Some of the information we already knew, but the way it's been basically constructed together for us, and some of the information that's been relayed does give us a number of talking points for the clip.
Cool. I'm just going to mute Aaron. It's a bit of feedback sound. Yeah, we've got a few more speakers that will be joining us throughout the space, and there's some speakers that we'll be bringing as the space progresses. We're gonna have a pretty epic panel. We also have Alex Berenson joining us, who's been instrumental in the Twitter files, the COVID-related Twitter files on a few occasions. So he'll be joining us in a bit. And then there's other news as well, Sam. And if we need to cover more stories, we do have more stories to cover. No.
Yeah, and they're linked. They're all linked. So it would, if we do get time, it'd be good. So the other story is what Dr. Danish has sent you for the last few days, which is the long COVID. And the third story is in the United Kingdom. It's major news, and it's about the lockdown files. So that was actually going to be our main one today till the Fauci thing came out.
Did you say the lockdown files?
Yeah. So basically, what's happened is Matt Hancock, a significant portion of his text messages have been given to the public by somebody who signed an NDA to say that she wouldn't. So yeah, there's a lot of avenues we were going to cover in that regard because there's a lot of implications to that.
Cool. It's interesting. Let me get Kyle up.
Yeah, this was a story, Mario, that was published in the Telegraph, I think over the weekend. And the text messages are, so Matt Hancock is the former minister of health in the UK. And I think it's quite a story, the lockdown files.
Yeah, I agree, Aaron. Cool. It's massive. It's massive because it just gives you a window into a lot of the decision making, and it gives you a window into a lot of things that happened. But then more than that as well, maybe from a more holistic point of view, like why were these released as well? So that's another question.
Hey Mario, can you hear me?
Yeah, your mic is pretty bad. I think you're in a car.
Hey, yeah, I'll switch in just a second. I was just going to give you a little house cleaning. In your thread on Fauci, before you guys get things going, you might want to just clean up the Farrar part. Farrar was serving on the Wellcome Trust from 2013 to 2023, so it wasn't being pushed by the WHO per se through him. He didn't get onto the WHO until just recently. So Wellcome Trust, just as important, but slight difference there.
Do you want to make me, Kyle? Do you want me to embarrass myself? I didn't. I'll fix that now. Actually, I'm not going to embarrass myself. Slayman, do you want to, if you can send a quick message to the team just to add like a correction to the thread, that would be great. I think it's an important correction.
So one second, Kyle. When did you say Farrar joined the WHO?
So he was just appointed in 2023. So there's like just a little bit of an overlap between the WHO and his time at the Wellcome Trust. But it's an important distinction.
It's a very important distinction because the WHO is a big part of the thread. So it's it's more than just a correction.
Yeah, I'm just going to check it up first before I get someone to change it. Yeah.
If you could. So what's the how is the World Health Organization implicated, Slayman, in that thread? Just before we officially kick off the space, is that just because of Farrar?
It was the fact that Farrar and basically the source of that information was this release from the select subcommittee, and what they said in that was that basically Dr. Jeremy Farrar, it says here, the evidence available to the select subcommittee suggests that Dr. Farrar, the former director of the Wellcome Trust and the current chief scientist at the WHO, was more involved in the drafting and publication of this paper than previously known. So basically, he basically managed the whole thing. So what Kyle is saying is that at that specific point, he had zero connection to the WHO. Is that right, Kyle?
Yeah, I guess it's a yes because he just.
I wouldn't go that far and say he had zero connection because, as you will see as you get into these things, the Wellcome Trust, EcoHealth Alliance, a lot of these NGOs, nonprofits that were dealing in this space, obviously there's a lot of overlap, and so the different funding mechanisms and how research is conducted, it's a very narrow field, and the players all know each other. So I wouldn't say there's no relationship because that wouldn't be quite right. But it isn't as if he was pushing that from the WHO because he didn't have the authority to do that yet. He wasn't. He had no official position with them, but he did have an official position with the Wellcome Trust, which funded very, very influential.
Which also weren't they part of the funding of the Wuhan lab?
The funding of the
Wellcome
Wuhan
Trust?
lab went through the EcoHealth Alliance, which is a nonprofit based in the United States. The Wellcome Trust is based in Britain, and it's a major funder of medical research in the UK and public health initiatives in the UK.
And it's actually traditionally has been a really great organization from my perspective. I've worked closely with many of the people who were supported through their grants to do great work. And I myself, a few years ago, thought I would probably be, petitioning for a grant for related work. So it's all very important just how this unraveling caught so many different people from so many different areas, spheres, funding mechanisms in a snare.
Okay, so we'll add the extra tweet just to clarify that. That's so
Okay.
basically what happened was.
Maybe we can kick it off, Simon. What's the thread? You can go through it. You can play a few clips that you've put into that we've got on the thread as well. You can play a few clips. Just explain what we know to the audience, what conclusions we came to, and then obviously get into the discussion and what it means.
Of course. So basically, the thread highlights three main issues that we're going to cover on the space. The first is that the emails that published show that Dr. Fauci prompted Dr. Anderson to write, and his crew, to write the paper to disprove the lab leak theory. So, ordinarily you'd expect scientists to follow the science as opposed to writing papers to specifically disprove a certain position. That's the first point. The other points that...
And is that before you continue? So
Yeah.
Isn't that similar to the leaks? So when I was in Davos, we did a space then covering leaks, email leaks between Fauci and his team. Is that similar to those leaks, or is that additional to the leaks? And how does it differ? Do you know which leaks I'm referring to?
I can answer that, Mario. The
Please do.
leaks we talked about on that space, that was an email sent from Fauci to Francis Collins, and then Collins' response to that. So Francis Collins is the director of the NIH, or was at the time, supposedly Fauci's boss, but one can argue who actually had more power at the NIH. And that was early on when the three epidemiologists published a document called the Great Barrington Declaration, which argued for focused protection rather than lockdowns. That was Jay Bhattacharya of Stanford, Martin Kulldorff of Harvard, and Sunetra Gupta of Oxford. And, whatever you think of their proposal, I think it was a sound proposal, but you might disagree. They're credible and definitely qualified epidemiologists. But this email exchange basically characterized these three individuals from Harvard, Stanford, and Oxford as quote unquote fringe epidemiologists, and said that Fauci wanted a quote swift and devastating takedown of the premises of the Great Barrington Declaration. And then he asked, is anyone working on this? And basically the response was, yeah, we'll get on it right away. So it was a sort of behind the scenes orchestrating of a government-sponsored takedown of the arguments made in that document about how we should approach COVID. And again, it was analogous to, I think, what we're seeing here in terms of behind the scenes manipulation to try to shut down scientific debate or try to characterize one side of the scientific debate as unacceptable.
Also, I know that Jim, who's just joined, I think Jim was co-hosting that space with Ian, because I was on and off. Because I remember from that space, there was also emails in which Fauci, and anyone in the audience that was there for that space, maybe you could just tell us in the comments if you remember. But I remember Fauci they were talking about the possibility that's plausible. The lab could be one of the sources of COVID, but they were suppressing it or just saying, let's not share it. I can't remember the exact semantics. Not sure if you or Jim or anyone else would remember, so you can refresh the audience on what we had in the previous leaks. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Aaron or Jim?
It would be good. it would be good to pull up the reference, but when I saw this story and I saw your thread today, Mario, it didn't feel like. I mean, it was new emails, but it didn't feel like news to me because there was some buzz. It was several months after this Nature paper was published, where there was some buzz about, first of all, somebody published basically the fact that I think all 10 authors had some ties or some interest in gain of function research, right? So there were some questions about motivation there, but there was also an indication at that time that Fauci had helped to coordinate this letter that was sent to Nature. So I think these emails maybe confirm more about his role in coordinating this paper, but it's not the first time that it's been publicly suggested that even though he's not listed as an author on the paper, that he had some hand in, making sure, like basically getting the authors together, kind of pushing them in the direction of writing the paper, and then seeing to it that it got published in a major journal.
I think one thing I wanted to clarify is that these emails confirm that Anderson said that Fauci prompted this work. I just want to be a little bit more clear around what was actually claimed here. And one of the things that was really interesting about this is that Anderson's opinion evolved over the course of his research into this. And that was mentioned in one of the tweets. I will say that I hate to break it to people outside of the academic sphere, but anyone that has spent any time in academia knows that a lot of times when we're doing experiments, people have pretty good understanding of what they expect the solution to be, and often will discuss it pretty openly. I understand that is very much against the scientific method and very much against the way that we think about this. But I don't want people to have this false belief of like, there's like a scientist sitting there. I have a null hypothesis, and I have the hypothesis that nothing. I mean, that's not how actually it gets done behind closed doors. And so I'm not surprised that they had a hypothesis being pointed in one direction or the other before the research was even done. So I'm a little bit confused about like the real news here.
So let's start going through it.
Let me just respond to that real quick, maybe just to frame the issue. So I think what we're seeing here and what we saw in we needed a swift and devastating takedown of the premises of, the Great Barrington proposal, for example, is not scientists, getting together and putting forward a hypothesis, which actually is, you're right, is part of the scientific method. People have an idea before they begin an experiment of what they think the experiment is going to show, or they begin an investigation. They have an idea of what they think they will find, sometimes what they hope they will find. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually the starting point for scientific inquiry. But I think what's concerning about what we're seeing here is that rather than, sort of publicly proposing a hypothesis and then publicly proposing a method to test that hypothesis, you begin with an a priori conclusion, and then you try to orchestrate the scientific community to basically endorse that conclusion in advance and characterize anyone who proposes a different hypothesis as sort of outside the pale. And the actual effect of this paper being published in Nature was that no journalist would touch the lab leak hypothesis. And the possibility that it leaked from a lab was not investigated in any meaningful way, either by government agencies or by investigative journalists, for the better part of 6 to 8 months before that dam started breaking again. And if you want to lay it at the feet of sort of one thing that created that chilling effect, it was probably this paper, is arguably this paper. The initial proposal, as far as I remember, the initial proposal about the lab leak hypothesis was an investigative journalist in the Washington Post who wrote, I thought, a very compelling piece that was certainly not definitive or conclusive, but pointed to the evidence that we had at hand at that point to suggest this was a plausible, maybe more than plausible hypothesis. And then the Washington Post wouldn't touch the story. for 6 to 8 months again, even though they were the ones who had sort of introduced it because it was seen as scientifically, incredible.
I've got a question. I've got a question. So Kyle, I've muted you because you just got a bit of feedback sound when you're unmute. So just so you know, I've got the thread from January about the Fauci email leaks, and I've invited the author as well. So Ian was nice enough to invite him. Jim is still on stage. Jim, you were there moderating that space with Nick. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was. Sorry, I'm getting my
wind
chimes of
all good. Oh, and do you remember those email leaks well?
Yeah, well enough. I mean, I think what I'm going to give up on this and just walk away from it. What I think is the best way to characterize that is to say that his whole goal was to preempt a conclusion. The reality is that even though Dr. Danish is talking about how science works, you're typically coming from a place where in general science where, okay, we've had experience in various things related to, if it's medical research, some disease or some symptom of some sort. And you hypothesize from experience that there's something maybe related to this that we need to look for. And so you do come up with a method of where you want to go. But here's what's interesting. You get into political matters, and this is where Fauci, I think, and others went. Peter Daszak, he in his stuff into the Lancet. You've got a political situation or issue come place where that gets dealt with, and maybe there are good or bad reasons for dealing with the political thing, and that can look a whole lot like a typical hypothesis. And I think that's a whole lot of what was going on here. That's what I felt.
Okay, so I want to. Okay, so before Slayman reads out the new thread, I just want to kind of put everything into context, and then we'll kick off the new revelations that we have today that we tweeted. I'm trying to make sense of everything, and in today's space, I'm going to start doing more of it. The panel is pretty balanced, but I'll play devil's advocate. Even if it's extreme, I'll try to ask questions and question everything, including Fauci's intentions, one of the most hated people right now by many. So in this case, I'm going to do that with the leaks and even with the censorship, and then with the intention with the censorship. And I'm going to do that with Slayman and go back and forth and with our panel. But the only thing that really fascinates me, and that one goes to Aaron and Danish and Liza and anyone else, but just the fact that it's possible that a virus was engineered in a lab and leaked from that lab and killed millions and millions of people. And we saw the report by the Energy Department come out a few days ago, the FBI a few weeks ago, that this is the most likely, even though it's still, they haven't confirmed it, they don't know, but it's the most plausible explanation according to them. Even that being possible, a massive outcry, massive media attention, and significant repercussions. Yet we're not seeing this. I'm just curious, do people not care anymore? Are people just sick of the COVID story? Is the intention from the beginning, is that why they delayed the story? Instead of coming out during COVID, where the reaction would have been a lot more extreme, they've kind of let it. They knew this will happen. They knew eventually it would leak, but they let it leak at a later date when COVID was less of an extreme issue, less of a concern for people when they get sick of the story. Would love, and we've got Tom on stage as well. So would love your thoughts. Maybe Aaron, you want to kick it off, or whoever, and then I've got a few questions for Tom.
Real quick.
You mind if let me throw something in there real quick, Aaron? I want to back up and kind of lay out, kind of reimagine for people what was going on at the time, because you've got a combination of, we're not entirely clear what's going on, and then in the back end, as we're learning more of now, you had on Fauci's end whether he knew for sure that this related to it or not, this concern about the type of research that he was funding in the Wuhan lab. I mean, if he and Rand Paul has kind of smoked out that he thinks it is gain of function research. If Fauci knew he was doing even something like it, if not precisely that, immediately, and knowing that it had been funded in Wuhan, immediately he's going to have a concern and going to be a mover based upon his knowledge that not everyone knew at the time. And so whatever else that is related to his specific knowledge of it is within the backdrop of the entire medical community and scientific community trying to figure out, okay, let's get our bearings here and figure out what the real situation is. And it's very easy for an actor like him to take actions under his authority when he knows it might be much worse than what it was. I mean, that's kind of the political backdrop.
And I would say the other issue at work, first of all, most scientific hypotheses do not have enormous global political implications, right? So just having a hypothesis floating around out there like that, at the time, from the political point of view, it had political implications for our relationship and really the rest of the world's relationship to China, right? So if there are political interests that are wanting to minimize potential implications or conflict there, they're going to be biased in favor of let's not enter to prove, or we don't have enough evidence for it yet. Let's press it down and get it out of public sight. The scientific community also had an interest in suppressing this hypothesis, even aside from gain of function research, because the scientific community relies on the public's general trust and goodwill and generosity in the form of taxpayer dollars to fund all of their work, right? And there is this dystopian thread that runs through 20th century history and the history of science and the public's kind of mythological image of science that, yeah, science and technology and progress are generally good things, but occasionally they can do bad things. Like you can create a Frankenstein, you can create something monstrous, you can blow up an entire city with an atomic bomb. So this powerful thing that is very central to our culture. It's absolutely central.
I will go,
to our culture.
Aaron. I'm gonna just jump in briefly because I asked Tom to kind of hop in, and I know Sliman is just pinging me in the background to kick off the thread. Before we kick off the thread, the new revelations, Tom, I've just got, and Sliman, maybe you can pin it above. Tom, do you remember the space? And that's why I invited you, because you were very instrumental in that discussion. Do you remember the space we did when I was in Davos, and we talked about the leaks of Fauci and his network regarding suppressing the lab leak theory? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So can you give an overview to the audience of what we found out back then and what we know? Just kind of summarize it, because you were there for hours throughout the space. So we'd love for you to give us an overview, because I want to link that to what we know today.
Well, generally speaking, the process or the issue popped like this. COVID emerged. Fauci and his colleagues immediately were concerned and sought information about gain of function research that was funded by the agency at Wuhan. And they quickly had it affirmed, because we have the documents showing that gain of function research indeed was funded at Wuhan. And you see from emails around that time, and it's disclosed in these documents again, which I think is a repeat of documents that have already been produced to Judicial Watch and The Intercept and Nation, and et cetera, that there was concern, significant evidence of an unnatural origin of the virus, a lab leak. And there was this brief period of time that took place a few weeks later. All of a sudden, everyone changed their mind on it. And we saw this paper that emerged that we have information was prompted in part by Fauci. And then a massive censorship campaign originating out of WHO and the federal agencies to suppress anyone who raised questions about the origin of COVID.
And to kind of, is it fair to summarize the following, and then Sulaiman, you can go through the thread. Tom, is it fair to say this? We don't know for sure that COVID originated from a lab. We don't know it originated from a pangolin. We don't know where it came from, but it's a very plausible theory that that could have originated from a lab. It's just that it was censored. It was not part of the discourse, and anyone that talked about it was labeled as a conspiracy theory. So our main concern is, number one, the censorship, and number two, of course, gain of function research and the potential that it leaked from there. And there's a lot of I've seen discussions about the lack of security within Chinese labs, and there was there were scientists expressing that concern about the Wuhan lab years before COVID. So it's just a lot of dots aligned. But just for the audience, we don't know for sure. The issue is censorship, and today we're going to see more emails.
Right. We don't have confirmation. It was leaked, but the FBI thinks it was leaked. Or that it was the result of a lab leak. The Department of Energy thinks that it was the result of a lab leak. And let me put
But they said it's low probability, but it's, again, they think this is the most likely
probability is, according to a senator who seemingly was briefed on it, is more of an issue of the number of sources, but there is new intelligence. And I don't think anyone seriously disputes the Department of Energy's conclusions.
Go ahead. Sorry, Steve. No, Protocol. We'll go Tom, then Steve, and Protocol. Please stop pinning tweets. Go ahead, Tom.
And just quickly, there's as much circumstantial evidence that this was a lab leak as there is that Murdoch murdered his wife and son.
Tom, I've got a question for you.
And people have gone to jail for a lot less.
Tom, I've got a question for you.
Or going to jail for a lot less in terms of evidence than what we have on the lab leak.
Tom, because I know you're dealing with this from a holistic point of view. One question from before we go into the micro aspects of this is this. We are now seeing a number of leaks, whether it's through Fauci's emails in the United States or in the UK in terms of lockdown leaks. Now, why is all of this coming out? Is it because now the deep state have decided to basically attack Fauci and other ideas in terms of being anti-COVID, or is it that finally people have got to the truth?
It's because of a legal process begun by Judicial Watch and by inquiries by Congress. They're not leaks. What they are, they're disclosures required under law, and they've been slow rolling the release of the information. They told us they could only review a certain amount of documents per month because Fauci and his team had to personally analyze them. So this is a slow rolling of documents, and there's probably more documents they currently have. They just haven't sought. There's no urgency in releasing because they don't think anyone's going to hold them accountable for slow rolling the release of the information.
Another question for you, just because you're more involved in finding the truth than any of us. Is it fair to say that facts always take time to come out? So whenever there's something being hidden, it's very hard to keep a secret, and it's just a matter of time before either someone leaks it or we get to the truth through legal process. Is that a fair statement? Because I've said this in previous spaces that it's really hard for Western governments to keep secrets for too long.
Well, yeah, I don't want to overstate it, but I always kind of go back to my quote on my office from George Washington. The truth will prevail where there is pains taken to bring it to light. And I think I'm getting the quote right. But the point is that this information is rarely voluntarily disclosed. And if you've got folks pushing for answers, you usually can get substantial amounts of truth out of the government. And we're seeing that here. And it's really outrageous that hoping Congress gets on the ball here because, they've already been in power a few months. And
that Sulaiman will read for us. Steve, did you want to add something earlier?
Sure. You talked about a confidence versus it's really a low confidence. They actually, I don't remember what the probability was, but probability and confidence in that assessment are two different things. And the assessments from the other agencies were with respect to their confidence and not the probability. And it would be interesting to poll the speakers on stage to find out if any speaker actually believes that this thing came out of natural origin. Because I would guess that nobody on the stage thinks that the natural origin theory has any legs. I'd be pretty surprised if anybody does. So it would be interesting just to see if there's unanimity here in terms of the lab leak. Also, any committee member, any chairman of a committee could have asked the NIH for Fauci's unredacted emails. Nobody did that. Nobody in the Democratic Party, no committee chairman in the Democratic Party went and asked the NIH for Fauci. Including Christian Anderson, and he basically said, "Hey, I've talked to all my experts," and he said that this thing definitely came out of a lab. And then a few days later, we have them working on this paper where they said, "No, it didn't come out of the lab at all," and there was no new evidence that prompted that, leading us to speculate at the time that there was a fix in. And so, with this latest revelation, we're just getting more and more and more confirmation that this thing was engineered, this natural leak theory was engineered because it's all consistent with the original theory. And the very fact that none of these people that, Biden wanted to find out, hey, emails at the time. No committee chairman asked for it.
Yes. Just because there's thanks, Mario. One of the things I will caution is that we have to be very careful of letting our feelings about Fauci drive a narrative here. We don't have enough information yet. And I think that's incredibly important. We don't know intent here. It could just be as simple as he didn't believe in the lab leak theory. And so he wanted people to look into it. People looked into it and initially thought that it may be a lab leak, but then Anderson's opinion evolved. I mean, it is, I know it's
there's
protocol. Hold on.
I gotta head out.
Yeah, we can head out, man. So they can head out. Not every time you say I gotta head out, and then they go through. And go ahead, Dr. Danish.
Yeah. So no, it's all good. So the thing that is important here is that what this warrants is further evaluation. That's what this warrants. I think it means we've got X marks the spot and we start digging deeper.
Yeah. The CIA is implicated in this, right? You had EcoHealth.
All right, so I do want to kick off the thread. Anything else, Dr. Danish, just to kind of respond to Steve's points, and then we can kick off the thread?
Well, which agencies actually employ microbiologists and immunologists?
All right, so Slimane, I think it's time to kick off the thread. But actually, one last point. I have a question for you, Dr. Danish. The Steve did mention that no one believes that it could. Okay, so there's 2 points I'm going to make. Slimane, you said that is it the establishment now? They're happy to start, talking about the lab leak theory or saying that it's the most likely scenario. But I do want to point out that different agencies have come to different conclusions. We've got the Energy Department came to the conclusion that it's most likely the lab leak theory. We've got the The FBI did the same, but then it's got another 3 or 4 agencies. So the majority of the agencies, and still the majority of scientists, are still with the theory that this came from natural causes. Dr. Danish, maybe you can add on to this, just to kind of, I want to keep that within the discussion, because a lot of us, including myself, the lab leak theory just makes more sense. But I do want to point out that there's still a lot of people are in the majority.
I don't know if that's true, Mario. I think these other agencies don't have enough information to draw a conclusion one way or another.
I agree with that. I agree with Tom's point here, which is that they don't have an opinion because they don't have the intelligence.
No, but they have. Hold on. So, Dr. Danish, they have an opinion, and their opinion is most likely from natural causes. Because
I think their opinion is stuck. So the way it works,
it takes time for them to kind of change their mind. Correct?
Yeah. So the way, unless there's interagency sharing of information, which there usually isn't when it comes to classified intelligence, I would assume that they're working with old information. But, again, just as a reminder, the DOE put low confidence on the lab leak theory. So yes, they had additional intelligence, but they still don't have enough intelligence to corroborate definitively. Now, people are free to believe whatever they want.
But Dr. Danish, hold on. You're saying, and Dr. Liza, I want to ask you that same question, and Joanna, just to kind of wrap it up. Are you saying that now within your circle, the most doctors are starting to kind of side with the lab leak theory over natural causes? Is the sentiment shifting to that extent? Because obviously I'm not a doctor, I'm not within your circles.
Yeah. To be completely fair, a lot of doctors aren't talking about the origins of the virus as much as people think they are. But
do people just do people not care anymore, Dr. Liza, Dr. Dunn, and then Joanna?
I think that what's really interesting is that I think that most doctors think the horse is out of the barn, and we can spend all sorts of time, thinking about the origins of this, but the horse is out of the barn. And so they're really focused on treating patients and trying to figure out, best protocols and things like that. So that's my gestalt. I think, I think that there is, a lot of circumstantial evidence to suggest that maybe it was a lab leak. But most doctors, I think, are probably.
That's crazy. You got a virus.
I will say,
Mario, to clarify the issue about who believes what, this is the intelligence report that was released by the Biden administration. And 4 IC elements, intelligence community elements, and the National Intelligence Council assessed with low confidence that the infection was most likely caused by natural exposure to an animal infected with it or close progenitor virus. 1 IC element assesses with moderate confidence the first human interaction most likely was the result of a lab-associated incident, probably involving experimental animal handling or sampling by the Wuhan Institute. Analysts at 3 IC elements remain unable to coalesce around either explanation without additional information, with some analysts favoring natural origin, others a laboratory origin, or others seeing the hypothesis as equally likely. So there are few elements in the intelligence community who evidently still buy into a natural origin. The rest are either on the other side or agnostic.
Yeah. So on that note,
just quickly, Dr. Danish, and then we'll go to Dr. Aiken, and then I want to kick it off with the thread. Go ahead, Dr. Danish.
Yeah, and I would love to hear Joanna's thoughts on this. I was going to say one of the most important things, though, that I've heard consistently is that all of this information is telling us that, one, we need to reevaluate how we review papers, how the entire infrastructure works. We have heard that over and over and over again from doctors. You'll see doctors in the audience continually say, yes, we have a problem. All data needs to now become public. There's been a huge movement towards that. In fact, there's an entire area of DSI, which is coming out of this, which is saying, hey, look, if you're going to publish in a paper, the highest impact factor should be the most open paper where you can actually evaluate the data directly. And then and I think, and again, I'm speaking anecdotally from my group of friends, which again is self-selecting. There has been this underlying concern that we don't have independent organizations that are not connected to any political party, that are not connected to any agenda, that are not
back to the systematic issue
because of where they get the money from.
Yeah.
Dr. Danch, the problem with that is it's not just the connection to the political sphere. In academia, it's heavily politicized, and I don't mean in this perspective of being affiliated to a political party, but it's more about
conflicts
you
of
following
interest.
a specific. No, you follow in a specific narrative. So if you want to get published, it's very easy to get published if you go with a normative narrative, whether it's in science, philosophy.
100%, but that's part of the problem. The problem
that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. So I'm saying that is a huge problem.
Guys, let me just get Dr. Ake. Sorry, Sliman, I just want to get Dr. Aiken's thoughts on this because I think the audience is waiting for the new leaks to start going through them. Dr. Aiken, would love your thoughts on what was just discussed, and then we can Sliman can kick off the new leaks.
No, thank you for having me. So, I think just underscoring how political all of this has been throughout, I think that one consideration that I'd want to bring up is that perhaps there is political motivation behind what we're seeing now with these recent developments coming out in the last, week or two. And I think geopolitically, there are considerations as well. And that's just something that hasn't been hit on yet, but the relationships between, the United States and Ukraine, and Russia and China, and now Belarus, I think as well. I think that that's just another kind of consideration in the mix that
Sorry, Doctor, how does Ukraine? I understand China because obviously the source is China, but how does relationship with China? It makes a lot of sense. There's political reasons for potentially delaying the truth. But Ukraine, Russia?
I think that early on, as far as kind of supporting CCP propaganda, we were against this idea of the lab leak theory, in our when we turned to Dr. Fauci, this was something that was shut down, which we will discuss, in this space here. But I think with some of the events that have happened over the course of the last month with, for instance, the balloons that have been passing over and relations that have happened internationally, I wonder, if there's something relying interest in
Joanna, I think you made an interesting point because we would discuss this at the beginning. Basically, you got a scenario in the United Kingdom, and we are going to come on to this towards the end, where the lockdown files have been released. Now, what they do is provide a very good indication into decision making when it comes to the government. And what this shows is how the government was significantly pressured into making certain decisions that they were made. That's the first point. And the second point is what it also shows, and hence why I was talking about the deep state, that what it also shows is why, in terms of the UK, the lockdown file, and the reason she did it was because she wanted her partner to get a position with the United States government. So that's just just something to think about as we discuss this. But let's go into.
Let's kick off the thread. Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about. The what do you call it? The London lockdown leaks. Is that what you called it?
Lockdown files.
Lockdown. Did you make up that name? Did you make up that title?
No. That's what it's called.
All right. Let's see. Cool. All right, let's kick off the Fauci leaks first. What we have, and I'm glad to have Tom here, who's there for the previous leak, and he can tell us what new, what new information we have from the recent leaks.
Okay, so the first bit I'm just going to read off because I think it's all important. So on February the 1st,
and just for the audience, just quickly on the audience, it's pinned above, so you can see it's on my account, the thread, and it's pinned above as well, so you can read it as Slayman goes through it.
Thank you. So on February the 1st, 2020, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins and at least 11 other scientists convened at a conference call to discuss COVID-19. It was on this conference call that Dr. Fauci and Collins were first warned that COVID-19 may have leaked from the lab in Wuhan, China, and further may have been intentionally genetically manipulated. Only 3 days later, on February the 4th, 4 participants of the conference call authored a paper titled The Proximal Origin and sent a draft to Dr. Fauci and Collins. So there's a few points from that. So let's go to so we'll go to Aaron first. oh no, let's go to Dr. Danish, because you've been working on this. Doesn't this show that even genetic manipulation was actually something that was considered very early on? And so why did that not why was that not given any legs?
So I think partially it was because the early information was contradictory. I mean, I think that's kind of the main point here, is that early information. So think about what happened at that time. The WHO sent a group into Wuhan to look at the leak, right? We had early information that was provided to us by China, who now, if there is a leak that they could be implicated in, they would have an interest in suppressing that information. And the team that WHO actually sent in included the guy that may be implicated in engineering this actual leak or engineering this actual virus. I mean, can we just be honest about the fact that the entire thing was broken from the beginning, and we have to have a real, honest conversation around our institutions? I think it's really easy to blame a person, but really the person, in my opinion, was acting on the information. Has Fauci done things incorrectly? Sure. But specifically when it came to masking in the beginning, I mean, what a big blunder. But when it comes to specifically this decision, he was working off of crappy data, and we have to have a conversation around WHO being the true liable organization.
A question, Dr. Danish. Before Sleiman, I know you just one thing, Dr. Danish. Back when, and Bernard put a thumb down, so I'd love Bernard to jump in after that, and then we'll go to Sleiman. But do you remember how? And correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but because I wasn't following it closely, but there was some hate crime against people, people that even looked Asian in various Western countries. There was a lot of hate towards China, and that's back when the lab leak theory didn't have any legs and it was heavily censored, and everyone just kind of, everyone thought most people thought it was just the natural causes and it was accidental. How do you think the world would have reacted in the midst of COVID, when everyone was freaking out and we're going through the lockdowns and all that? I know that's a whole different discussion, but if the lab leak theory was, again, I'm not a proponent of censorship, but if the lab leak theory was discussed at such an early stage when the world was in panic, economies were shut down, and people, I remember there were groups, I was part of various groups, they shifted from like an investment group or crypto group, they shifted to a survival group, which countries to go into and survive, and rich people like, I'm going to get a private jet and go to some island. If people just, you remember those days. If you add the lab leak theory to the discussion, in hindsight, how do you think the world would have reacted?
I think they would have reacted similar to what we saw after 9/11. There was definitely racist things that actually occurred to my own family, right? And it's just how that time was. There was, people tried to blow up mosques. There would have been a negative reaction, but it does not condone, as you mentioned, it does not condone any active suppression. But we actually don't, in any of this, have, I mean, there's other files that have come out that show more of an active suppressive effect. But this that was released today, in my opinion, does not show that they were actively trying to suppress anything. I mean, he believed a hypothesis. He prompted people to go and study whether that hypothesis was correct. They went and they studied it, initially thought that hypothesis was incorrect, then perhaps changed their mind, or no, we do believe this came from an animal origin. And yeah, hindsight is 2020. I mean, ultimately, it sounds kind of callous.
Danish, let me ask you a question. Natural causes, genetic modification, and just accidental leak. Why weren't all theories given equal weight, or not even equal weight, because that doesn't happen, but just each theory actually researched to its full extent? Why was the other two theories completely discarded, and which benefited Fauci and a number of others, and this one theory was held onto, and a paper was published merely days later?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there was a prevailing narrative that was followed, and there was a one paper that came out that disproved the quote unquote disproved the lab leak theory, and people just followed it. And at that time, to be completely honest, once that came out, it became very political. People thought that people were being xenophobic, and that narrative became very popular. And I think that that's again a really good example of how, in the middle of election season, in the middle of COVID, where there's the fog of war, people are able to manipulate populations into moving in the direction that they want them to. I mean, I think it's again, looking back, should they have more deeply evaluated the lab leak theory? 100%. We should have also not sent Peter Daszak down to as part of the WHO.
That's just crazy. Yeah, the conflict of interest there is insane.
Why was Fauci? I mean, I'm
not
tried to
defending
suppress
Fauci. What I'm
this.
saying it's not one person.
I mean, you know, there was no good faith basis.
Danish, let Tom talk, because
There was no good faith basis for Fauci to dismiss arguments about the lab leak. He was concerned enough that he was personally and directly involved in this, and they didn't find any information. Frankly, they found more information. They were even more involved. Let me read you an April email that Collins sent to Fauci, wondering if there is, this is April of 2020, wondering if there's something NIH can do to help put down this very destructive conspiracy with what seems to be growing momentum. I hope that the Nature Medicine article in this genomic sequence of SARS-CoV would settle this, but probably didn't get much visibility. Anything more we can do? Ask the National Academy of Sciences to weigh in. And Fauci goes, I would not do anything about this right now. It is a shiny object that will go away in times. So we know they did try to, that the goal was to suppress this. The email suggests that Fauci was in on it and was happy with the current efforts to suppress it.
Tom, that's a leap. That's a legitimate leap. Francis Collins, and clearly in that conversation, Francis Collins and Fauci are saying, hey, there's this absolute, you know, in that time, the belief was that it was a conspiracy theory, that this was engineered. They had early information stating that it wasn't engineered. And they were like, hey, this is getting out of control. Should we do something about it? And the answer from Fauci was, hey, we shouldn't do anything about it. I don't understand how that implicates that Fauci was funding gain-of-function research, which is why he was trying
Dr. Dinesh,
that's what I'm saying. There's just like a bunch of additional stuff. Yes, Zeke,
I think we need to back it up a day to January 31st, because, you know, we started this with the conference call, right? But why was that conference call called in the first place? The conference call was called because Christian
Your mic, Zeke, your mic is a bit far, but oh, that's Kyle. Kyle, you got background noise. Go ahead. Sorry, Zeke.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So, yeah, I think we need to back it up to January 31st, because that's when Christian Anderson sent the email to Tony Fauci, basically stating that to him, and this is, again, one of the leading, virologists in the world, one of the leading funded NIH virologists in the world, stating that the virus did look engineered. And so that was January 31st. February 1st is when they called this conference call. So I think it's important to sort of add that context. And once Fauci received that email from Christian Anderson saying this, the first thing he did was forward Dr. Barrick and Dr. Shi and Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance's paper from 2015 on coronavirus bat gain-of-function research. So, you know, to sort of say that he didn't have an inkling of, you know, what the chances of a lab leak versus zoonosis were prior to that conference call, and framed just by that conference call, I think is a little bit, it's just not putting everything in full context.
And the following day, he called in the FBI and MI5. So I can read from Jeremy Farrar at UCL in London, in the UK, replying to Tony Fauci on February the 2nd. And I will say none of these emails are new or leaked. They all came out about a month ago. It says, on a spectrum, if 0 is nature and 100 is lab release, I am honestly at 50. My guess is that this will remain grey unless there is access to the Wuhan lab, and I suspect that is unlikely. In this email, Fauci then responds by saying, we need to call in the US and the UK. The UK, I suspect, is MI5. The US is the FBI. and he CCs, so he blind copies in his NIH colleagues onto that message. And that is the 1st and 2nd of February 2020.
So I don't
The
understand
other
what,
point, Mario.
Hold on, Kyle, hold on.
One second.
The point they're making is this: if you can answer if you can answer.
That's not what I said, Suleiman. I want to clarify that.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's how it came across. If you want to clarify, that'd be good.
Yeah. So the point that I was making was that at that time they believed that.
What time? Because you need to clarify. Because no one's. We want to be precise.
Yeah. So in the beginning. I'm sorry.
Go
the
ahead,
point that they were
Danish.
actually mentioned. Yeah. So can you guys hear me? Just want to make sure. Yeah. So the point that I was making was that ultimately there was a narrative that had already been built. They have been told by this delegation that, hey, this was likely from a natural source. So therefore, that became the prevailing hypothesis upon which every further decision was made. As more information came up, they didn't have an option. Like Moneypenny just said, I don't know how it implicates that the FBI was involved. He said that it probably should involve the FBI. Do you have any emails saying where he emailed the FBI directly? That you have?
No, he asked somebody to do it in an email. I've got the 2nd of February, where Jeremy Farrar, who is this British UCL scientist who actually was looking at it on behalf of the SAGE committee, I believe, in the UK, he takes the email, circulates it amongst various experts, reports back to Fauci on what the experts say, some of which quote, this is a plausible natural scenario. Others say this is implausible. And on the back of that, Fauci goes back by email and says, I think we need to call in the FBI. Now, the way it's written, it's as though he asks Jeremy Farrar to do the MI5 and I think Collins to do the FBI, but it's not specific. It just implies that they need to be called in.
No, I think
we have.
I wanted to respond to something that Tom said earlier. I actually don't care about people hating Fauci. It does not matter. You can hate whoever you want. The point that I was making is that by actually just saying it's all Fauci, we're actually missing the bigger point, which is our institutions are completely corrupt. That's the point that I think matters more.
Well, I mean, that doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, I can say, the sun is making it too hot here. I mean, it's so broad as to be meaningless in terms of being able to affect anything. The fact is that we're individuals institutionally who knew that gain of function was going on in Wuhan. They were worried about it going back 2016 at least. They didn't care in the end about it happening until after, because they continued to fund it till, well after COVID emerged. And then they suppress any concerns about it. And these weren't the entire NIAID. These were the leadership. So, we talk about condemning the institutions. It doesn't get us anywhere. There were specific emails sent among the leadership that showed knowledge, pre-knowledge about gain of function, and then post-knowledge about gain of function. I don't know what Fauci knew and what he knew, but we do know post-COVID he knew about it. And, there's really no good excuse for suppressing debate about it. And just to add to the FBI discussion, Judicial Watch uncovered emails showing the FBI was initiated or had conducted an inquiry in May of 2020 into the gain of function research issue, while at the same time we're being told not to worry about it. I mean, this shows you the dishonesty of Fauci and the leadership here. This was Collins and Fauci and their top people suppressing information about this debate, and by suggesting anyone who raised these issues was outside the polite company and should be ignored.
And importantly, Redfield, if you actually have read his interviews, was not even involved in any of this. And he's the head of the CDC at the time. But if you look at his history and fallout with Fauci over gain of function work in Europe about 7 to 8 years previous, you can figure out why Redfield was not even invited to the meeting. And he's the head of the CDC. That itself
in the
is
documents from 2016 exchanged between Fauci on behalf of the NIH and EcoHealth Alliance's Peter Daszak. I have these documents, I will share them. It specifically says the requirement of the strategy was to create a precursor virus and a vaccine. It then goes into extreme detail, scientific detail, how to do that. There are also emails exchanged on behalf of EcoHealth Alliance, Peter Daszak, saying how they would create and test different bat coronaviruses using human testing, I'm quoting this, air quotes, on volunteers in China, close to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, near the seafood market, who had come forward
so hold on.
and explained
So
they'd
these
had
are
contact
Money
with
Benny.
bat
These are. Can you,
coronaviruses.
Kyle? I'd love you to respond to this. But Money. So this is obviously something we've never discussed. What leaks are you talking about exactly? Where are those emails from? To who?
These are the documents exchanged between EcoHealth Alliance and the NIAID and NIH.
Do you mind
And the full document drop.
Yeah. Do you mind pinning those documents above? And what's the source of those documents? Who dropped them, etc.?
There's about 50 of them, and maybe more. I can give you one link to all of them, which has been publicly shared by Dr. Andrew G. Huff, the former vice president of EcoHealth Alliance.
Okay, Kyle, does anyone know about these documents? If you can pin them above in the nest on the top, Money Penny. The way you do it is you just click on it. Yeah, click on share and click on pin above. But Kyle, I'd love you to respond to this particular point because obviously it's a bit of a.
Yeah, so there's at least 2 points, and I was going to support Danesh in saying he's right. There's a fundamental problem here institutionally, and someone else beat me to the punch. I apologize if the mic sounds terrible. I'm almost off the road, but the fact that if you go back in history just a few years to when the Ebola outbreak was occurring, almost every single day you saw Thomas Friedan's face on the news. He was on CNN. He was on every major outlet talking about what was going to happen because a citizen from another country who had Ebola came to the US and then was able to forward transmit it to people working on him. So there was quite a scare, if you guys remember that. The reason I bring it up is because it's very unprecedented that you would just leap beyond the head of these centers for disease control and prevention, so that
actually Redfield found out about these meetings through FOIA request.
Right.
If you look at his interview.
That's right. And he said things that practically could have changed the course of the pandemic. Whether or not you agree with him, he had to pen open letters he had to do opinion pieces. He couldn't even speak from the podium. They didn't get him enough attention to say the things that he needed to say as the person most in charge of this issue. So why you even had the NIH stepping in and sort of stepping over what you would consider the hierarchy here is already confusing. And I think
if you read Redfield's interview, it traces back to their disagreement over H1N1 gain of function research in the early 2010s. He actually states that in his interview. He says, look, he's a military guy. He has a history of understanding that some of these things can turn into weapons, and he does not agree with publishing the stuff that came out of Europe in that time period. And Fauci totally disagreed, and he said the science wins. And I think that is where their skirmish started. And I think it's pretty obvious that, there's a reason that he didn't want to invite the guy that disagreed with him to the meeting.
It's worth pointing out that Fauci has been the institution since the 1980s. So when you say the institution has problems, you're talking about Fauci. You're not talking about anybody else.
Well,
I was talking about the WHO actually specifically.
The other thing I would say is just, Mario, to help frame it for people that don't deal with this every day. If you go back a few years ago when Barbara Streisand was in the news because her very expensive home was shown it was published in a publication, and she goes on CNN decrying the fact that people showed where her house was. Meanwhile, while she's talking, a picture of her house where it is being broadcast on cable news. It became known as the Streisand effect. And so what you had happen whenever the proximal origins paper comes out, further down in your tweet thread there, it'll be pointed out that because that document wasn't getting enough traction, the NIH administrators then began pointing to it as if it were the source. That it just goes against science, because in science you have a null hypothesis. That's where you start from. You start from a place of, we don't have a particular view. Our particular view is, it's null. And then you have a research hypothesis that you try to falsify. So the whole thing was just bananas from the get.
But my question is, why, if you're going to have a meeting of the supposedly top scientists, do you not invite the head of the CDC to that meeting? Other than that, it would be a dissenting opinion that you don't want to have any part of, which is the exact opposite of science.
This is one of the key points, Mario, and I encourage everyone to keep digging on this issue, which is why was Redfield completely put off to the wayside? He was not in almost any of the public-facing meetings.
I mean, I can point to some reasons for that. The media was attacking Redfield because he was Trump's guy. Trump selected him to lead the CDC. And so they tried to paint him as this political appointee who was inept at his job. And so they ran a kind of campaign on behalf of Fauci, maybe not on behalf necessarily.
Well, Redfield is an actual virologist, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I know he is an actual virologist.
Okay, so he actually has more standing than Fauci ever did.
Yep, that's right.
And
yeah,
he actually
should have
went
had the
against
podium.
Warp Speed. He goes against Warp Speed by publishing an op-ed saying, I know what was said early on about masking, and you guys can debate this whether you want or not. But what Redfield said is, what we could do right now to stop transmission is wear respirators. We could shut the pandemic down in 6 weeks if we wanted to, without even the need for a vaccine. And that was not also considered popular.
So, Liza, just to try and balance it out a bit, what's your thoughts on what's been said in terms of, is Fauci to blame? Did he do wrong by not looking into these other positions, or is that just where the science took him?
I don't know. Like, for me, Liza, I'd love your thoughts, but for me, whenever people blame a person, I always look at it as a system instead. I try to find the conflicts of interest. I try to find the biases and how the system itself could be improved. That's the way I try to look at it. But Liza, I'm not sure if you have a different take.
I am sorry, the dog just started barking like crazy, so I didn't hear the very first part of your question.
So Sliman's asking, like, it's mainly the amount of blame going against Fauci. Like, my instincts is whenever someone's being attacked too much, I start trying to find a way to defend them. If someone's being treated like a god, I try to find a way to attack them. It's kind of my instinct. I always try to, play devil's advocate and balance it out. In this case, with and let me get Danish back.
An idol, I mean, people make figurines out of.
Yeah, I've heard this, but I haven't seen. Where are these idols?
I've not seen it in this space for sure, but in the media, he was lauded.
He was,
as a hero
but now these is that ongoing? I just don't see that happening.
There were employees.
It's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. There's people still defending him. Like,
defending him is fine.
There were a lot of employees at the NIH that wore T-shirts to work that said, "In Fauci we trust." Mm-hmm. So Ian's right. There was a kind of cult of personality around him. The media framed him as sort of the antidote to Trump. We don't trust Trump with managing the pandemic in the early months. And so we can look to Fauci as the steady hand who's going to be reasonable and scientific. Fauci is a consummate DC politician. He's been playing DC politics for 35 years. He hasn't treated a patient since residency decades ago. He hasn't done an actual laboratory experiment probably since shortly after his postdoc work, decades ago. He's a politician, and his job at the NIH is to increase the funding of the NIH, to convince Congress to increase his budget. That's how people rise in those federal 3-letter agencies into positions of leadership. The NIH and its leadership never should have been involved in any pandemic-related policies. So people are right when they say,
in terms of what Aaron, just in terms of what you said now, isn't it Donald Trump who basically put this guy in the position he's in? So
No, he's always had it. He inherited the position. Reagan put him in the.
Sorry, I meant in terms of making him the head of the fight against COVID.
Yeah, Trump is responsible for basically empowering Fauci and Birx to head up the White House coronavirus task force. I think that was a big mistake and a conflict of interest. The reason I say it's a conflict of interest.
Just to add to that, sorry, Aaron, I'm going to let you finish. And then do you think it was a mistake by Trump to not remove him? Because there was a number of times where he kind of, degraded Trump a number of times. Where
he should have removed him in a heartbeat.
I do. I think that mistake caused a lot of damage during the pandemic, set the stage for lockdowns and school closures that continued on into the next year following the election. President Trump bears a lot of blame. I think the worst aspects of his presidency were the pandemic management in the last months of his presidency, and arguably.
Aaron, I've got Hold on, Aaron. I've got a couple of. Aaron, can you hear me?
Never should have been.
No, he can't hear me.
In a position of leadership. Precisely.
No, he can't. It's an issue that happens. Sometimes he can't hear me. I'll fix it now. But Liza, go ahead, because I'm just for Aaron afterwards. But go ahead, Liza, and I've just re-invited Aaron.
Yeah, I think that this is the people. Trump really was stuck with people Monday morning quarterbacking him all the time, and I think that he was really unfortunate. And I think that led to some policy making that was maybe not the best. I do think that Dr. Danish is correct that our institutions have embedded bureaucrats that have no sort of term limits or no accountability. And I think that is something that we need to look at quite closely to make sure that we don't repeat these things again. But, I think that Fauci is sort of emblematic of the problem, an entrenched bureaucrat. But I also don't entirely blame the whole thing on him. I think that there were, lots of people involved in this, and I think a lot of mistakes were made that it really, really should make us look at our institutions and try to address how we're going to change things going forward, so this kind of thing isn't repeated.
There's multiple layers. I realize that from Chinese censorship, and we've had Li Meng on the show a few times, to the World Health Organization potential corruption, to censorship in Europe, and we're going to see the files in the UK, the lockdown files, to censorship with Fauci and his network. But I do want to go to Aaron, a couple of questions quickly, and I see Tom unmuting, so I'll probably go to Tom and Jordan afterwards. But Aaron, a couple of questions, and we'll try to keep it brief. Very, very briefly, let's just summarize it. What would you say is the main reason? Again, let's keep it brief and then dot points, like let's say 1, 2, and 3, that Fauci is getting so much hate. What would you say are the main reasons? Number one is what?
Well, people like to have an identifiable enemy or bad guy. Number two, he had enormous power, as well as Dr. Birx. I don't know why people are paying less attention to Dr. Birx, who really set the framework for lockdowns and school closures in the president's task force. But probably the reason is that the media framed Fauci as the guy who's calling the shots and making the decisions. And there's some truth to that, but there's also truth to the systemic issues, and there's truth to the fact that there were other very powerful actors at work. Dr. Birx is only one among several.
Yeah, you kind of made my point, Aaron. I was hoping you'd say, like, the first one is lockdowns, but then again, my answer would be like, yes, but lockdowns were across the world, not just the US. So it means that it's not just Fauci. Fauci didn't lock down the UK. Fauci didn't lock down India. Didn't lock down all these other countries. And didn't lock down China.
In terms of what you said, why his role is so important is this. First of all, forget UK. UK just follows what US does on a number of issues, especially, and this is another example of it. In terms of what you're saying specifically, the problem with Fauci is this. Essentially, the media and society gave him, and to a small extent, Trump gave him unlimited power, to the extent where any positive decision that was made was attributed to him. anything that went slightly wrong went to Trump was blamed
Well,
for.
he also
so for
claimed
that
amazing.
reason, he had a responsibility to use his role and ensure that he covers all avenues and holds his responsibility very well. And he failed in that, in my opinion.
But going back, just Simon, what I want to understand is before Jordan, I'll give you the mic just in a bit. Sorry, Jordan, but just quickly, Simon. So number one, so if I ask people, if you ask someone on the street that doesn't like Fauci, I'm like, why do you hate? If you ask them why do you hate Fauci, what would they say? He locked down the country. Perfect. That's number one. And I answered that one. Number two, and I'm not protecting Fauci here. I'm just saying that I just don't want the blame all to be on one person. I just want it to be looked at systematically, if it is systematic. I could be wrong. So locking down the country obviously happened around the world, including countries other than the UK, unrelated to following the US. China locked it down before anyone else. Number two, but even hold on, the US locked it down after multiple countries that did it beforehand, from Turkey to Spain, to the list goes on. Number two,
No, that's
Russia.
Incorrect. That's incorrect, Mauro. The sequence was China. Clifford Lane, who's Fauci's deputy, came back from China. He was the U.S. delegate to the WHO group that went over there to investigate the origins. Lane came back convinced that lockdowns were the way to go. He convinced Fauci of that. I don't think Fauci needed much convincing of that. And then Italy locked down. Italy also, their health minister had connections to the Chinese Communist Party. So there's a story there as well. So Italy locks down, United States locks down, and then the rest of the world follows.
Hold on, the U.S. locked down. Sorry, Aaron.
Mario, 1 second. Sorry, Aaron. We shouldn't like fail to mention that Italy at that time was going through a very severe COVID wave. I mean, it was very obvious that Italy was struggling. You remember for people that may have forgotten, there were people sinking from the balconies. It was that was the moment that we were like, holy crap, this is coming. And so, so it wasn't, I mean,
what wasn't
mentioned at that time is that those hospitals in northern Italy, in that region, is routinely decimated every year by waves of influenza. There was an infrastructure problem there to begin with.
Yeah. So just quickly, Aaron, just going back to the point, Aaron, going back. So two things. So Aaron, you're saying the U.S. locked down before Spain?
It's also worth noting. Sorry, it's also worth noting that they were
US
doing the
was
ventilator
third
thing.
Country to lock down: China, Italy, U.S., and then in the following weeks, everyone else followed.
So Aaron, just okay. So lockdown is one. I know Ian wants to add something along with Jordan and Tom, but just to kind of finish this train of thought, lockdown is number one. Number two is now that we know the censorship, which we've discussed in depth, and it's hard to really defend this one, but it's important to point out that multiple people were censoring. It's not just Fauci. So that would be number two. What would you say is number three, Aaron? Like from things we know, from facts we know, without going to extremes like Fauci's trying to kill everyone in the world.
Yeah, the ignoring of natural immunity when it came to the vaccine question, and the pushing of vaccine mandates as part of the mass vaccination campaign. I would include
which these two positions again were taken by multiple people
not
around the world, and not just Fauci.
Right, Mario, not in most countries. Most countries, the only countries that followed vaccine mandates to the level of the United States were countries like Australia and the United Kingdom. And even in the places like this, people didn't lose their jobs necessarily, America mandated it for everybody who worked in the government. If you worked in schools, if you worked in the military, you
Australia and New Zealand were stricter than the US, for example.
Mario, you said exactly what I was about to say. What about Australia?
They were stricter than the US on a lot of things. That is true.
Well, but the lockdowns were state orient. The states were responsible ultimately for the lockdown.
Okay, so talking the states,
the dishonesty of Fauci and Birx was ignoring the best practices put out by CDC. It wasn't like we hadn't planned for a pandemic before. All of that was thrown out the window. Lockdowns, these non-pharmacological interventions, all of that was made up after the fact and at odds with CDC recommendations at the time.
Tom, I've got a question for you, Tom. Sorry, just a question for you about the lockdown, because you said an important point. Lockdowns were a state decision. So, and if you look at other Western economies, like Sweden, for example, wasn't Sweden the country that did not lock down and they faced a lot of criticism for it? So you got other countries. Countries could have not followed the US's footsteps or Fauci's recommendations.
That's true.
States didn't have to
And
follow Fauci's
the
recommendations.
thing is, the
So what
states had an out. The states had an out with the lockdowns because they were following alleged guidelines from Fauci and Birx and company, and those guidelines were not meritorious. They were made up, and they were at odds with the accepted so-called science on the public response to a pandemic. But the idea that we would lock down an economy was so at odds with sense at the time and prior handling of prior pandemics. It takes one's breath away to see the panic response endorsed by Fauci and Birx that had nothing to do with science, but everything to do with politics.
Question, Tom, just a quick question.
Running around
Briefly, before we
meeting with the governors. But this is how the lockdowns happened. If you want the origin story, Birx was running around meeting with state governors. Basically with the endorsement of the president. So I mean, this is on Trump that he didn't have this thing on a leash, but she was running around basically saying, if you don't do this, there will be blood on your hands. And so it became this kind of arms race among governors of who's gonna lock down harder.
There were some states
so
where
that
the
they didn't get
legislatures went against the governor. For instance, in South Dakota, Kristi Noem infamously wanted to lock things down, but her legislature said, no, you will not do this. And she had to obviously listen to them.
Well, but to be
That's why you
fair,
have the
at the
lockdown
time,
files in the
at the
UK.
time-
That's all the
hold on one
headlines.
second. Sorry. At the time, just to kind of keep this, give the other side, we were experiencing something drastic in New York. We, at that time, did not know what to do with this virus. At that time, across the world, the percentage lethality was being quoted at 3%.
I think
have
people
obviously learned a lot since then. But
The
at
issue
the
was
time,
not lethality, it was that it was the treatments.
It was about
treatments that
flattening the
caused it,
curve.
right? It was the ventilators that were killing people.
Dr. Dinesh, we knew that the infection fatality rate, by the time Bhattacharya and Ioannidis did the Santa Clara study, which has been replicated many, many times over, we knew by April that the IFR was 0.2%. We knew that the WHO's estimation of 3.4% was grossly exaggerated. So for the
Aaron's one paper versus our global institutions is not a fair comparison. Aaron,
Didn't Fauci predict a lower infection fatality rate as well initially?
Say again, Tom?
Didn't Fauci in a paper when the virus first emerged suggest the fatality rate would be in line with a high flu year?
Yeah, he had an IFR of 2, and we had rates in the UK that if it got above 1, that was the lockdown criteria. So that was used as a limit, really, whereby there was a lot of argument in the lockdown files, the ones that have been released in the Telegraph, as to whether or not that was practicable to use this one, i.e. one person transfers the virus to one other person, as the reason for lockdown. And in fact, that is what most of the lockdown files are about. The headlines of our papers yesterday are headlines that Matt Hancock, our current health, our health secretary at the time, literally was exchanging emails that said, let's drive the fear into them. That was the type of thing going on.
Let me just quickly add that one of the reasons Fauci...
Just everyone, sorry, Aaron and Tom. Liza, I'll let you quickly jump in. I want to go back to Tom. Liza, the question I have for you and Tom is, how much of it is just blindly following one person, and how much of it just not, like, I've seen a lot of people, including people on this panel and people on previous panel and people within the audience, change and kind of Aaron, Danish, you kind of hinted on this. People are changing their mind as we find out more and more information, and that is very, very common. How much of it is just people acting out of fear in the unknown, just not knowing enough? We've never had a pandemic before, and that. Do you mind, Aaron? I was going to get Liza kind of give us her thoughts, and then we'll go to you.
Okay,
and Tom,
I'm about to blow a gasket if you don't let me.
Okay, you will. I'll let you. Don't blow the. Okay. I'll let you. All right, I'll let you blow the gasket. I'd love Liza's thoughts on this, and then we can destroy the gasket. But just quickly, and Aaron, before when you also speak as well, and Liza and Tom, I know we all want to paint one person as like the evil villain responsible
Mario,
for
let
all
them
this.
speak. Let them speak, Mario.
Mario,
Let her
I've never
speak.
painted Fauci as the one evil villain. I think getting rid of Fauci would do virtually nothing to solve the problems that were created during the
Okay.
pandemic.
That's what I'd like.
But
That's what I'd like
here's
to
what
do.
I want to.
But Aaron, guys, I just want.
Nobody knew what
But
was
Aaron,
going on. It's not-
Aaron, I don't know if you can hear me, but I just really want. Liza's been had with Anna for a long time, so I just want. I want to give her the
Well,
chance to
he's
speak
gonna
as
blow
well.
his gasket. You gotta let him speak. You know.
Yeah, I know. I just said he could speak right after Liza and Tom. I was pretty clear about this, and I think he had a lot of time to speak. I've been pretty respectful too. But I think people that have their hand up and waiting should also be able to speak. But Liza, I'd love you to give us your thoughts on this particular point.
So
And then we'll go to Aaron and Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yep.
Okay. I think hindsight's 2020. And when doctors were taking care of a multitude of very sick patients in New York City, they were terrified, and I think that they were following along with recommendations as they were going along. We learned more and more about this disease as it developed, and I think Joanne could probably comment on what it's like to take care of an ICU patient with COVID and learn over time that maybe intubation was a problem. This was standard of care for people who are in respiratory failure to start out with. So as the disease progressed and as we learned about the disease, we realized that maybe this particular way disease was problematic. So the claim that we knew all along that ventilators were causing a problem, that's not true. And midazolam, which people are really going after now, is a critical medication for sedation, and I think Joanne can probably weigh on that in on that too. And it's very easy in retrospect to say what we should have done. I think that doctors were very concerned about the welfare of patients, and I agree that we originally started out with 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and that got taken out way too long. But I think there is a herd mentality often. And the problem was that things got politicized, and then everybody backed into their corners and weren't willing to come back to the middle and think about reevaluating some of the things that we were doing.
Well, there's nothing retrospective about asking public health officials to follow the guidance that they put in place for decades prior. I mean, we weren't asking for. We weren't asking. We're just asking for a professional approach to pandemic, and we didn't get that. We had schools shut down across the country for no good reason. The economy's destroyed. Imposition of non-pharmacological interventions for which there was no scientific basis and the risks of which were never analyzed. We were put in a massive public health experiment without our consent, and the damage of which continues to reverberate both with our children and with our health.
Yeah,
and this is not a retrospective. There were folks arguing against this at the time for cooler heads to prevail, and Fauci and Birx specifically. Fauci, for instance, knowingly and admittedly lied. He had lied about the mask.
I agree,
so when you lie and say, yeah, I lied because I didn't want you to take the mask from people who needed them, which was a lie about the lie. They knew the mask wasn't going to work.
He admitted the lie or no?
He admitted, yeah, we told people not to buy the masks so we could have them for first responders or whatever. And that was a lie. The reason they said they didn't want people to have the masks was because they know they didn't work. And then they changed their mind and they told us that, we were crazy for objecting to their politicalization, and they're changing their policies based on politics.
Tom, just to balance
Fauci deserves a lot of personal blame here. Yes.
No, Tom. Let me ask you a question about that.
It wasn't just him. It was.
Sorry, I just want to ask Tom a question about that, just to balance the discussion out a bit. Tom, you said Fauci's mainly to blame, but is that right? Because in reality, isn't it the case that the mainstream media and Donald Trump will put him in this position, but more so the mainstream media is to blame? Because let's be clear, they're the ones who propagated this whole idea. They're the ones who did the scaremongering. And if Fauci did not agree to their demands, they would have just destroyed Fauci and put someone else in place.
I don't think so. Jerome Adams is also promoting mask use. Like at first, when Fauci said they don't work, Jerome Adams also said they don't work. I nailed him on this, right? I've literally spoken to the guy, called him out on it, and he said, well, the science changes. I mean, this is the kind of response you can expect from a political hack. And Fauci is exactly the same kind of person as Jerome Adams. They don't want to take responsibility for the things that they do. They want to be absolved. And when we start blaming institutions or the media or whatever, we're saying, oh, like they were forced into a position. It's hard for them. It's like, no, we got to hold them accountable.
But Ian, don't you think?
And I mildly criticized Fauci. I said, "Oh, look at this email out there where he was like talking about how they love Hillary," and I said, "Well, isn't that interesting?" Well, that tweet was the subject. I've talked about this before of 2 news stories in the Washington Post and the New York Times because I criticized him, or I didn't even criticize him. I said, "Isn't it interesting? He's praising Hillary here." So this is the Fauci that I knew that, oh, you can't even say one word south about him and you get attacked by his proxies in the media. This guy was a political thug who went after his critics, and there's a reason the so-called institution failed because they were all afraid of the dictator running it.
Danish, maybe you want to add, maybe you want to respond.
Mario,
Mario,
I feel like no one's answered my question.
Oh yeah, Aaron. Yeah, sorry, Aaron blowing up the gasket. Yeah. Go ahead, Aaron.
Aaron, if you can talk, but then answer my question because I feel like no one's answered it.
What is it again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. So everyone's blaming Fauci, but in reality, it was the mainstream media that scared everybody, that caused everyone to shut down, that caused the lockdown.
Yeah, but they were echoing Fauci's.
All right, guys. So let's go. Aaron, I know you're dying to blow the gasket. The mic is yours.
No, I'd also like to answer that question without being interrupted, since the question was directed at me. I think if you don't realize by now that the media has been acting at the behest and under pressure from the government, and that it's the government it's the tail that's wagging the dog there, I'm not sure what to tell you. I'm not sure how much more evidence you need of that reality. Now, the media has some degree of responsibility for becoming a lapdog and giving into that pressure and not standing up for the right of the freedom of the press. So sure, we can blame them for that. But the messaging came from the government from beginning to end. And it was coordinated at a very sophisticated level of propaganda.
So sorry, you can continue on, but was that so that message was given to the media from Trump's government?
No, absolutely. From the public health officials that were running the show. So is Fauci the only bad actor to blame? No, of course not. There's many, many bad actors to blame in the scientific and public health world and in the political world. But the one thing that makes me want to blow a gasket is this nobody knew what was going on at the beginning claim, because that's just not true. Now, I was in a hospital. I was consulting on COVID patients in the ICU. I had to sit down with family members and tell them their loved one was irretrievably dying of this illness. So I know the atmosphere there. I was working on devising ventilator triage policies, thinking we might have to use those policies. I get it. I don't blame frontline doctors who are 99.99% of them. Yes, they were doing the best they could with the information they were given, but they were given bad information. For example, the ventilate early, that whole thing was put together by people who made the political decision to protect hospitals rather than protecting patients. So the reason for ventilating early on in COVID was not because you get better patient outcomes, but to protect the staff from getting COVID, because it was easier to control the spread of the virus if somebody was on a ventilator. That was instrumentalizing patients for another aim. And what we decided to do early on in the pandemic, which was never part of public health planning prior to the pandemic, was to protect institutions rather than people, to protect hospitals rather than protecting the people in the hospitals, to protect the healthcare infrastructure rather than using the healthcare infrastructure to do the most good possible. So those were mistakes made by specific people who need to take responsibility for them. Most frontline doctors were not part of those conversations. They were not part of the payment structure from Medicare that incentivized the overcounting of COVID cases and COVID deaths. So these systemic issues were created by specific political decisions. And there were people who have the receipts. You can look at our tweets. You can look at our communications. You can look at the articles we published all the way back in 2020 saying this is not right. This is harming people. This is creating another mental health crisis. This is creating...
Aaron, just from what you said, I just want to ask Dr. Danish a question. Dr. Danish,
we can bring the receipts. There were people who knew. There were people who criticized, and we got censored. We got slandered. We got fired. We got smeared. We got accused of wanting to kill grandma. And now we know that the government was behind a lot of that censorship. So I just don't have any patience for nobody knew what was going on.
Yeah,
no, there was a projection of a false scientific consensus because half of the debate was suppressed. Period.
Aaron, I just want to give a timeline. 1 second. I just want to give a timeline of events, and then maybe Dr. Danish can answer this. So it says January the 20th, COVID was found first in Washington State. And then January the 29th is when Fauci was appointed. And then we have the emails on that day, which we talked about in the previous space. And then the email on this one, which is February the 1st, where they realize that the other possibilities are there. So they realize that within days or on the same day that Fauci is appointed. So I'm just trying to understand your point about when did this early theory on Fauci come along?
I think, so one of the things that people are forgetting is that China did not share any information along the way. Can we all agree that China did not share any information along the way? Aaron, can we agree on that?
China were paid. Have a look at the files that I've linked to that are now in the net.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking other people. Just want to make sure.
No, they shared some information.
Regarding
but the information
the virus itself, did China share any information with the U.S. government about the virus itself that now we know to be true at that time?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what we know they shared. I mean, that's a broad statement. They withheld key information.
They had suppressed.
I've looked at the documents. There's information they shared.
Suppressed information about its virality. They did not share information about its virulence. They did not share information about or transmissibility and virulence. They did not give us any information. We were. This is why I'm so confused by Aaron's point, because just because one group of people did one study, we're saying that we would not go with the abundance of caution?
No, EcoHealth Alliance hired the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They paid Ralph Barrick and Xi Zhengli to do this.
I'm sorry. We're having money. Just give us a second. Just wanted to go back and forth. I want to make sure that I understand Aaron's point here.
So my point is that prior to the pandemic, we had pandemic plans in place. We had papers from all the way back in 2016 from the very best epidemiologists and virologists and infectious specialists in the world saying lockdowns, masks, school closures, all these things are a bad idea for a respiratory virus, whether influenza or something analogous to influenza. We threw out all of that decades of experience and learning and decided to reinvent the wheel. And claiming that lockdowns and school closures were an abundance of caution, they weren't. They were an abundance of recklessness.
You're jumping ahead, Aaron. I'm talking about your commentary around people knew exactly what to do. Suleiman just gave us a timeline. Are you telling me that when we first started seeing cases in New York, we knew exactly what to do?
I still ask why the timeline leaves out the CDC, the very institution that we have spent innumerous amounts of money to prepare all this crap. Why did we just throw that out the window?
Well, because the pandemic response team was gutted.
It seems like you're asking most
we did know what to do.
Did we know what to do in terms of
we knew exactly what to do.
We did not know. So, for example, we're acting like we knew exactly how this virus was transmitted.
No, we knew what the pandemic response would be.
But we had literally gotten rid of our pandemic response funding
That's
and
not
team.
True. I mean, this is just hackery we're hearing now.
Billions of dollars in funding.
I mean, that's just hackery.
So
Aaron, Event 201 in November 2019, actually October the 19th, 2019, you all met up Bill Gates met up with the CDC, with the FDA, with everybody else in 2019 and did an epidemic preparedness event based on a bat coronavirus, in which the takeaway was a cuddly coronavirus toy. It's all on record.
That Bill Gates made the virus. Jesus, can we just get back?
No, that's not what she's saying.
You
That's
think
not what she's
that
saying. I know
pandemic plan gets
she
thrown out
got
every
into the
other
deep end a
day.
little bit.
Yeah.
But the point
The
she's
other
making is that
frustrating
they
thing
did
about-
pandemic preparedness.
Hold on. Everyone, just 2 seconds. Sorry. Ian, go first, and then Jordan, just to respond. You were responding to Moneypenny's point. Ian, do you want to go ahead, and then Jordan?
Yeah. I just want to briefly say that I know Moneypenny has a tendency to go off sometimes on, somewhat conspiratorial stuff, but what she's referring to is the fact that they have done pandemic preparedness, and this was one of those instances. So they knew what to do. There is a plan in place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be conducting these exercises. She's not saying that Bill Gates released a virus or anything like that happened, right? That's not what she's saying at all. She's saying that they are simply prepared to do it and they know what to do, like how to deal with it. This is stuff that's been done for years and years and years. There's plans going back to like 2000, Operation Dark Winter, right? That's one example where they talk about a biological attack. Obviously, it's never happened in history, but there is a plan in place based on the outcomes of these exercises. It's like war games every single year with the military, right? It's no different than that. So the idea that the U.S. government wasn't prepared, this was a completely new scenario. No, that's not true at all. Anyway, I think we should go to Tom. He's got a lot to say here.
Yeah, I'll get Tom. Do you mind if I get Jordan as well, just to kind of comment on Moneypenny's point? Then we'll go to Bernard as well. Has been waiting, and then of course we'll go back to Tom and Aaron.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jordan.
It's not like a pandemic plan. It's something that's sitting in the White House desk that gets thrown in the trash can. These are entities, not only in your county, but in your state, all the way up to the CDC, that literally spend their time mapping out what's right or what's wrong, what's doable and what's not doable, and actually have it codified legally. And then they just threw that out the window. And Fauci is the one that threw it out. I don't know that he was appointed, but he was willing to accept the role of the institution that isn't his institution. It's like asking a orthopedist to take over for a neurosurgery case. I mean, these are totally different entities, and he's the one that put his hand up, and he shouldn't have ever put his hand up.
Bernard?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I don't know where to start. There's so much here. I would like to go back to some of the finger pointing that was happening, and just to make it quite clear, we spent a lot of time pointing the finger at China, and rightfully so. But what I think is getting missed here is that then and now, the NIH and the U.S. government entities that were involved in the research that was going on in the Wuhan lab have been anything but transparent, and have actually been obstructionists when it comes to getting this information. And at the time when the pandemic first happened, you would have thought that all information would have been very helpful in trying to figure out what exactly was going on, particularly as it pertained to research that was going on there, looking at chimeric viruses. And so the fact that we still are getting stonewalled on that data today indicates that there is a coordinated plan to obstruct anyone who wants to get further information on this on the origins of the pandemic, and also the fact that the information that we've had thus far has only been released on FOIA requests and inquiries done by government and private entities indicates that they are not operating in the best interest of the public, because again, this is very important information. It would have been more important back then, but now it's still relevant. And in terms of everyone saying that we need to kind of get over it and figure out how do we prevent the next pandemic, I agree. But there was no recourse that was done. And in fact, Eco Health Alliance has gotten multiple more millions of dollars from the U.S. government. And there's been no actual reckoning of what happened there. And we're totally susceptible to the next pandemic. And the NIH and the U.S. government is not doing us a service by delving into this and coming up with a plan to prevent this in the future.
Mario, can I briefly interrupt?
I'm gonna just go through the.
Can I briefly interrupt the breaking story?
Yeah.
Oh, breaking shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Tucker Carlson just released footage of January 6th showing the QAnon shaman, the guy in the barbarian suit, being escorted by police throughout the U.S. Capitol. So this completely throws the whole narrative that he invaded the Capitol, that he charged into the, what was it, the Senate or the House, right? Like he walked into one of the rooms and then he started, like being a menace. No, the footage shows police escorting him throughout the entire building into that room. Guys, this is huge. I urge you to retweet it.
The police actually took him into the room, Ian.
What's that?
Sorry, Simon.
The police actually took him into the room.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Are you sure?
Yeah, look at the footage. It's in the top there. Yeah, I'm watching it right now again, like for the second time, and
Well, maybe he they took him out and then put him back. I don't know the story at all, so I'm just talking just guessing here.
No, watch the footage, man. Like
all
this
right, well, let's
completely blows the whole narrative out of proportion. I mean, not out of proportion, like blows it out of the water. Sorry, yeah, it's nuts. Like we believe. I mean, not we, but most people believing, the official narrative was that this man was, an insurrectionist, that he was out of control, the whole thing was out of control. Now it's looking more and more like it was staged.
Staged or over-exaggerated. I think staged is pretty extreme as a term.
I think exaggerated would be a good way to word it, but like this in particular, he being the face of the insurrection, so to speak, this was staged. Yeah,
he's probably the CIA.
What do you think this guy's fake and they actually put him in there?
Yeah. I don't think he's fake. I think he's a useful idiot. Like I actually know people who know him. I know him. I know people who know him. They say that he's essentially a good person, but he's a troubled person. And so I think they used him.
Aaron, did you want to add anything to that before we go back to the discussion?
No, that's it. I don't want to speculate on things. I haven't watched the video. I don't honestly, I don't care that much about January 6th. Everyone gets all worked up about it, but I think we should let those poor people out of jail that are sitting there without a trial, because there's this thing called due process and there's this thing called a writ of habeas corpus that our Constitution guarantees certain rights. And then, we need to move on as a country. But anyway, let's get back to
we've been suing in federal court for almost 2 years now, trying to get access to these videos and these emails. And the Pelosi Congress had said that they had sovereign immunity. We couldn't sue. And if we could, they weren't public records. And, if they're public records, weren't important enough to release. And this shows that was a big lie. And that Pelosi was covering up, and they were selectively releasing videos to advance the narrative and to try to get their political opponents thrown in jail. And the idea that they haven't been held accountable for that yet is beyond me.
Right, so I'm just going to read from this because, again, it just implicates Dr. Fauci a little bit. So it says, evidence released by the select subcommittee suggests Dr. Fauci prompted the publication that would disprove the lab leak theory. The authors of the paper skewed evidence to achieve that goal. This indicates Dr. Fauci pressured scientists to disregard the lab leak theory. Although supporters of Dr. Fauci argue that scientists did their duty and followed the evidence. In August 2021, Scripps Research said Dr. Anderson's views evolved consistent with the evidence at his disposal. This indicates Dr. Fauci was doing his job as a scientist. But then we had the email from Dr. Anderson that explicitly stated their intentions. Our main work over the last couple of weeks has been focused on trying to disprove any type of lab leak theory. Is this following the science or making the science follow you? In February 2020, just to balance it out a bit, Dr. Anderson wrote to Nature and said that the research was prompted by Dr. Fauci. But in the same email, he said that they were told to provide agnostic and scientifically informed hypotheses around the origins of the virus. In July 2021, Dr. Anderson told the New York Times that they found COVID was engineered. But he claimed they then looked at COVID in bats and pangolins to dispel this idea. But then the problem with that was when Dr. Anderson, but the question is, why did Dr. Anderson make this claim in 2020? So before this, when he was going through the peer-reviewed process to publish in Nature, he said the following: there is no evidence on present data that pangolin calves are directly related to COVID-19. So, Dr. Danish, what's your thoughts on this? Because what it seems to indicate is, one, that Dr. Fauci was completely complicit in ensuring that this paper happened. Number two, that this narrative was forced, and they said that this is their objective to do so. And the third thing was that basically, when it came to the natural release of the virus, that was debunked a lot earlier.
So I don't think that any of the stuff that you just read said that. I mean, so again, step by step, there's that Anderson said, hey, my job was to disprove the lab leak theory. There's an email from Fauci saying very clearly, we want you to stay, agnostic here. And so this is one person saying that they understood their role to be something which Fauci clearly didn't tell them. I mean, it feels like we're making a lot out of nothing. I mean, I'm just being honest right now. I feel like there's a narrative that has been clearly established. It's easy to again, Fauci has made tons of mistakes. I think most doctors will say Fauci has made tons of mistakes. I just don't think this is it.
So you don't think
knowingly pushing knowingly pushing false information that you knew had good faith opponents and suggesting they shouldn't be able to speak? Well,
again, I
even
think
after this
suppression of information is 100% Tom. You're right. Let me be very clear. Suppressing other voices was definitely incorrect. How about that?
Well,
but
I mean,
how
is that not deplorable? I mean, you're suggesting it's not a big deal.
No, I'm saying this part of there's two parts of things that happen. One part is the suppression of other voices, what Aaron was referring to earlier, which I actually do agree is completely unreasonable. And the other is him telling people to go and find out whether the lab leak theory was there or not in email, literally saying the words that was read by Suleiman about being agnostic, and then and this part of it to me is not the issue. Fauci, and Birx and the rest of the institution actively suppressing any other narrative, deplorable. I'm just saying this part of it, this specific part of it, to me is.
Dr. Anderson stated, our main work over the last couple of weeks, this is in February of 2020, have been focused on, quote, trying to disprove any type of lab theory. This was not an honest analysis. This was a political response to the negative news that it had emerged out of Wuhan, possibly from the lab. And if that were the case, it was likely through U.S. funding of the gain of function. And so to suggest anything other than that, to me, I think it is belied by the circumstantial evidence and these documents.
In the same email, Dr. Anderson said that they were told to provide agnostic and scientifically informed hypotheses around the origins of the virus. I mean, dude, like,
yeah, but Dr. Dinesh, what else?
But that doesn't tell you anything. That just says, I mean, what have you been told to provide? Obviously fake scientific analysis.
Well, and
Tom, I mean, of course you're going to try to. Agnostic is dishonest in this context.
Too. You know, he had meetings with these guys off the books, like Dr. Barrick. I mean, I think Prodigal threw it in the nest earlier. You know, he stated in front of Congress, you know, he had this loose relationship with Barrick, didn't even really know him. And then we find out that in February, you know, they spent 2 hours in an off the records meeting that was only dug up in FOIA requests. And so, you know, we know that they were sitting there literally talking about chimeric viruses. That's, you know, according to Barrick himself, and, you know, I think it was even like Slack chats that were released in this FOIA. So, you know, to say that Anderson is stating that, yes, it was agnostic, we don't know what the conversations he had behind the scenes with Dr. Fauci were.
But we don't.
The other thing to add
is that this email ain't it. I mean, like, I'm just not. I'm sorry. There's a lot of other much worse things that have happened. You know, what Aaron is discussing around ventilators, I have heard that. I've not seen the actual evidence, but that's way worse. The fact that Fauci said not to wear masks in the beginning, that was a huge mistake that honestly, on its own, is enough to to say, hey, look, he should have been fired on that decision. I just don't.
Danish, I just want to fact check. I just want to fact check what you said. That email wasn't the same email. So the email where he says our job is to try and disprove any lab leak theory was on the February the 8th, and Anderson sent that email to a professor in Germany for infection research. So that was a separate one. The email where he sends to Nature, because he wants to get published, he's not going to say I'm biased when he's going to get published. That was 4 days later, and that was to Nature saying that we're being agnostic.
Yes, again, the point is no different
Dinesh,
to me.
Yeah, well, there is one major point here is that you and I have both been involved in research. How often do you go to the table saying, okay, here's what the data looks like? Because one of the first things we have from Anderson is him saying, based on the data, and you have to look at the genetics. That's what he's saying. If you look at the genetics, there is a problem. It doesn't look like it follows from anything we know about evolution. Okay, so to go from that position to the position he moved to in 4 days, as you've already stated, no new information was coming out of China. So what part changed in his assessment over the ensuing short days? I mean, this is not a long time to analyze it. And the other thing to add to this is the conflict of interest here, just to put all the cards on the table, is that when you, for anyone else on the call, I don't know everyone else's history here, but being a recipient of a federal grant from the government, there are many hoops you have to jump through. And you know who your funding agencies are, and you know what they want from you. And so the fact that Anderson did turn in something that was more compliant, it redounded to his benefit because he captured double the grant money, which is no small thing when that's your career, that's your life. Now, it's not enough to
Yeah, I was going to say, you're
no,
about someone's character.
No, I'm not. No, that's right. Let me finish and say that's not enough to impugn and say we can, sort of get inside his head and know what his motives are. But what it is worth mentioning that there are conflicts of interest in everyone who is involved in penning the letter of proximal origins. And you're the one who already stated, and I agree with you, and so does the State Department.
But Kyle, based on what you said, isn't that arguing that basically all people in academia have a conflict of interest? Because most of them are getting grants, aren't they, for their work research?
No, I don't think it's okay. So, no, because again, a lot of the grant proposals would be based on a particular set of criteria. Like, here's the state of the art research in this area. Here's our proposed hypothesis. Here's our research hypothesis. Here's the null hypothesis, which is usually that there isn't a phenomenon. And your research hypothesis is that, okay, we think there's a phenomenon. So the whole thing is backwards. And I'm saying our own State Department is agreeing. Our spokesperson for the State Department came out a couple of days ago in light of the Department of Energy's assessment and said, hey, you know what? The main reason why we can't offer more input from all of our 3-letter agencies is because we're continuously being stonewalled by China.
Dr. Danish, just to balance this out, I'm still not getting the timeline, because on February the 1st, they have this information that where this could have come from is a variety of lab leak, genetically modified or natural. And then February the 4th, they go for the publication. And then February the 8th, he's saying here, we've been told to disprove the lab leak theory. So 1 week after they already know other things are possible. So, I mean, if you can explain that to me.
Can I explain, Man? You just said it in a certain way. I'm going to say it in a completely different way. It'll be helpful, because I think that it's a leading question, and I don't think it's a fair question. So I'm going to say it in a different way, so in that way we can get to the same point. The point is that there was an implication, and a hypothesis was mentioned, which was, hey, maybe this is a lab leak. And maybe the week later, they said, hey, maybe we should look into this. Hey, somebody go figure out whether this is a lab leak. It's probably not, but just make sure that it's not. And couldn't that also be what happened here?
No, but
isn't that at all possible?
No. So your last bit, where was that in the emails? Because I'm not getting that. So, because on the
It
first,
is an email of the February the 2nd one, the one that I read out earlier. It actually, that's why he calls in the FBI and MI5 at the point that they say we're not sure. And two of the experts that Fuller put them in touch with disputed it, said this can't be natural because we can see the furin cleavage and the nucleotide sequence. It's in the email of the 2nd of February.
Yeah. So you're just adding to my point, Money Penny, because I'm saying on the 1st and the 2nd now, based on what you said, they're not sure. It could be either 3. And then on the 8th, he says, we've been told to dispel the lab theory. So your answer didn't answer that question. So if you can...
There's a transaction that takes place between the 2nd and the 8th that I can't prove. That's why I'm not talking about it. But it's been reported by several different sources. A 3 million transaction to Anderson and the other scientists took place as a grant from the NIH, NIAID. I cannot prove it. That's why I haven't mentioned it.
No, and that's fair.
Can I move
Again, we're implicating a lot of
discussion?
things about these people. Again, the point is that could it not be possible that this came across the desk? They said, hey, look, again, there was a prevailing narrative at that time, and they were just saying, hey, look, this is probably nothing. Let's look into it. Anderson, go.
It could be.
Before you go, can I just say that there's another new video that shows Officer Brian Sicknick walking around the U.S. Capitol after the media claimed he was killed outside of the building from being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. So he was not killed outside at all. That was a lie that was put out by the media. The new footage actually shows him walking around, and he's just walking around. He died later that day, and it appeared to be unrelated to anything that happened in the Capitol.
So Ian, he just happened to die?
Yeah, he died the next day of natural causes.
Eventually, yeah.
Of natural causes?
Yeah, he had like asthma.
Jesus.
If we could,
but this is claiming he was a victim of the interruption.
Tom, so is it possible, based on what Dr. Danish said, you have a scenario where 1st of February, 2nd of February, they think all these things are possible, but we don't have emails for the next few days, and they decide, you know what, lab leak theory is incorrect. It has very low possibility, so let's disprove it.
There's no science that kind of emerges from that time period or even afterwards to as quickly as they did. And certainly in April, they were still collecting information, and desperately so, about their activities with Wuhan. So they even haven't dismissed it, even despite that article that they pushed out or helped push out. So, I mean, this gain of function was front and center for them for the first part of the year, and and it never dissipated. And it's because they knew. I mean, the conclusion is the circumstantial evidence is powerful and can't be dismissed. That they had a personal interest here because they had approved these grants for the potential origin of the virus. And if there's a lab leak, what follows from that is that it's not a 1-for-1. It's not for certain, but it's much more likely that it was the result of engineering, and that engineering wouldn't have taken place without U.S. funding.
I can evidence the editor of the Lancet was pulled into the British Parliament and asked to talk on record.
An investigative body to study the most important biological event of the last 100 years. You don't send a person holding the contract to investigate his own subcontractee. This is just the idea that, okay, in fact, I can give you a good example. When I'm playing hide and go seek with my toddler, you know what? It's very easy for me not to find her. And you know why that is? It's because I know exactly where not to look. She's so clumsy at hiding, I can see her feet sticking out from under the table, so to speak. So I know in order to play the game, my subcontractor, and I know I'm about to get all kinds of heat for malfeasance, biosecurity, biosafety issues. I go and I look where it isn't. And that's precisely what happened here, which is why even in the follow-up, when Dr. Sachs comes forward and says he didn't even know when he was putting together the investigation that Peter Daszak had this many conflicts of interest.
It's just like the least likely person. Would you get OJ to go investigate the scene of the crime?
Well, I mean, it's
sense.
even worse than that. I mean, that the program was done under the rules set by China. We have a WHO briefing package sent on February 13th, 2020, to NIH officials traveling to China as part of this big, task force. Important. Please treat this as sensitive and not for public communications till we have agreed communications with China. They have emails including a conversation about confidentiality forms between Lane and the WHO technical officer. These forms this time are tailored to China's terms, so we cannot use the ones before. So these confidentiality issues are set by China. So they agreed to keeping China's confidences before they traveled there. And we still don't know what they're hiding based on those agreements.
Tom, see, this is what angers me. I mean, everyone's viewing this through their ideological lens. Okay, the U.S. has just as much blame as China, and if I'm a country, especially if I'm a global South country, looking at China and looking at the U.S., I'm like, fuck both of y'all, because both China and both the U.S. were involved in gain-of-function research, and both of them were covering their ass. And so to simply sit here and point the finger at China when the U.S. just has just as much culpability and is not investigating their own shit. Yes, China was implicated in this, but the U.S. has done no better, and we're 3+ years away from the pandemic, and we're still fighting to get information from our own government. So before we even talk about China, let's clean up.
Getting through the other too. So
yes, you can. We have more control over our government than we have over China's government.
Well,
and
the point is
that we're not holding our government officials accountable and getting that information out so that we could get to the bottom of this will be helpful. Then the fact that
the accountability would be a lot more easy. It would be easier if the Chinese had been more forthcoming generally. I mean,
actually, it would be easier to find out what the fuck we were doing in that lab. The fact that we found out about the research on the MERS virus, the chimer that they were doing, because we had to do for independent lab had to do forensic evidence on the rice genome to get that information to then backtrack and figure out that's what was going on over there is ridiculous. And
we
so our government.
Can I change the direction of the We subcontracted them. We paid them. The American government subcontracted the Chinese because they were experts in doing that coronavirus work. That's the whole point. It's all in the documents that are in the link above. EcoHealth Alliance paid directly the Wuhan Institute, Xi Zhengli, and several other Chinese institutions, universities, scientists, going back years and years because they were the experts. And as Andrew Huff said, it wasn't because you had a financial transaction issue with the Chinese. It was because you wanted to see what they were doing and learn from their expertise in this type of research.
Well, that's a charitable interpretation in some respects, because I think they knew they were up to no good, and they saw this as an opportunity to get an insight by funding the actual activity they were nervous about, which is gain-of-function activity.
That is not the case, because China learned how to do reverse engineering from us. Okay,
the point is we knew what they were up to when we were nervous about it, yet we were funding them while spying on them at the same time. That's what the documents show. And if I could just change the direction of
the point is that we were at front and center with all of this going on in Wuhan.
I agree. And then
our government officials did not act in good faith, and they're still not acting in good faith. So you're still here sitting here pointing the finger at China. Well, when
I'm pointing I'm highlighting the documents. Don't lecture me about what we're doing. I mean, are you in court trying to get records about what went on, what the U.S. government's doing? Have you been spending resources to pursue multiple cases of lawsuits and reviewing hundreds of thousands of documents about the U.S. involvement in this issue, and then educating people about it? Don't lecture me about it. I'm pointing my fingers where they deserve to be pointed. The Chinese are bad actors, and we have almost separately, without Judicial Watch, we wouldn't know about our activities in China that you're yelling about. So don't lecture me about it.
Much appreciated, Tom.
Let's move on quickly to, one of the other issues, Mario, we have with Fauci, I would add to the list, is his contempt and crazed objection to finding treatments in the midst of the epidemic. And we just got documents showing these British experts had desperately tried to reach out to them, recommending ivermectin. And, we can argue the debate there. But what's interesting is, so they reach out with the recommendation, is sent to top FDA people. They send it along to Collins and Fauci. And you know what they did? They blacked out all their responses. So there was this good faith recommendation, and rather than respond, or at least allow Americans to see how they responded, they blacked it all out. So that's another reason that
That's what the
Fauci is treated
European
with
court
such,
have also been upset
so
about.
much
The
concern.
European prosecutor is taking the Pfizer, Moderna guys to court because of the amount of redaction on a lot of the documents that changed hands. You've probably seen it. It's been widely televised. And the other thing to note is that on the DARPA documents that are also in the link above, they already knew the vaccines would be pretty much worthless other than for very high risk and elderly individuals. It states that in the actual paperwork from DARPA, from the DoD, when they knew of the virus, that they knew the vaccines would have very little effect at an early stage before 29th of January, before the world was even aware of it.
So, Tom, I just want to understand a little bit, kind of going back to your point around Fauci and his contempt for other treatments. Are you suggesting, similar to Moneypenny, that this had to do with the EUA application?
Well, that does come up in other documents. It's very interesting. I don't know if we've released those yet. No, I mean, I just see this as, it's hard to tell what the basis of it is, other than this kind of general approach that there was this contempt for Trump's efforts to figure out treatments. And, their view was that treatments got in the way with the panicked approach they were suggesting to the COVID shutdown.
Aaron, what do you think, Tom? Is that 2020 was geared toward 2021. And what I mean by that is early treatments, the possibility that early treatments might work. And again, I don't want to get into that debate because I don't know that research well enough. But the possibility that it might work was shut down because the solution had to be vaccines. And there's a very clear as day, crystalline clear conflict of interest there. And that's that the NIAID co-owns the patent on the Moderna vaccine.
But Aaron,
and they shared
use steroids.
They use steroids were not a threat to.
Why weren't they a threat? If any treatment,
the vaccines.
Right. Then why is there?
Because steroids are given to people in the ICU, and the vaccines were meant to be given to every individual on the planet.
Oh, so the concern was that the early treatment was a preventative treatment? I'm a little bit confused because is there a line at which?
If you look at the data on early treatment, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, as far as I can tell, the studies that were negative on those generally dose them later in the course of the illness. They don't seem to work very well once you're hospitalized. The studies that were positive seem to be you dose them either literally prophylactically, like take ivermectin once a week, or you take it at the earliest onset of symptoms or a positive test. And those studies, by and large, tend to be positive. So if you have an early treatment that actually treats the illness sufficiently that you don't really get sick, or you don't get sick enough to be hospitalized, that removes the legal justification for an emergency use authorization for vaccines. But beyond that, just favoring one particular treatment over another because you happen to co-own the patent on it is a clear conflict of interest. And Fauci did the same thing. It's the same playbook he had back in the HIV/AIDS days. The early AIDS advocates, the LGBT community,
the gay community back in the early 1980s, they all hated Fauci. Why? Because he pushed toxic AZT and other drugs that were still on patent,
vaccines,
suppressed information, and attempted for decades to make an AIDS vaccine. That project is still failed, but he's dumped who knows how much money into that failed project. But early treatments like repurposed drugs like Bactrim, which we now know are actually effective at treating AIDS and not toxic like AZT, he suppressed that. And the people on the ground who were doing the same thing tried to help people with AIDS in the early days when things were a mess and people were desperate for something. He did the exact same thing back then. And the people who went through that, it's not political, both sides of the political spectrum. In fact, that's going to be mostly people on the left who were dealing with, with the gay community that was disproportionately impacted by that illness. They hate Fauci because he did the exact same thing back then that he did to early treatment with COVID. It's the same playbook.
So just before you respond, Danish, I do want to say to everyone what Ian told us earlier about Ian will be back with us shortly, just watching the videos about the January 6 tapes. We're in a few minutes, we'll be covering them here. We've got a few speakers coming in and the team is putting out a thread. So you'll see it tweeted on my account in a few seconds. It'll be a live thread. I think it's currently ongoing on Fox. So we'll be updating the highlights here. But it seems to be pretty major. It's like video after video. I don't know much about the January 6 riots.
Well, the videos seemingly tend to undermine, Mario, there were. You have to think of the disturbance at the Capitol as multiple incidents happening, right? There was that severe violence and confrontation on what is called the West Front in that tunnel. You had the police get out of control by lobbing tear grenades and gas grenades for no good reason, agitating the crowd, and then you had the violence associated with that in the tunnel, which was horrible. But then you had a little bit of violence on the East End, but a lot of those who had entered were entered in a nonviolent manner and then acted in a nonviolent manner in the Capitol. So there was a political interest in highlighting the violence and those incidents, but not highlighting the other incidents where people were seemingly exercising their First Amendment protest rights in an innocent fashion, yet were targeted. And so there was a political interest and a legal interest in hiding that information from the courts and the public as they are pursuing, in many ways, the most egregious political campaign against political opponents by federal law enforcement in modern history.
So I want to get Ian and Matthias. You guys have been watching this carefully. Matthias, you broke it to us along with Ian. So maybe, guys, you can summarize exactly what we've seen and try to give us the facts of what we know and what we just saw and what it could mean. That would be great.
Sure. I think to quickly summarize what we've seen so far in Tucker's show, and I think he makes the argument very well, is that January 6th, the so-called insurrection, was dramatized for the American public. This was done using manipulated footage. A lot of the audio was dubbed in, right? The surveillance footage does not have audio. They added that in. And people like Ray Epps, who, have been caught on video telling people to go into the Capitol, lied in their testimony because during the January 6 hearings, he told Congress that he had left the grounds by the time he had sent messages to his nephew, bragging about orchestrating at least part of the so-called insurrection. And yet, the footage shows, Tucker manages to show this, that he was there on the grounds for at least 30 more minutes. So he lied. And this, he's not facing any charges at all. Whereas people who walked into the Capitol, in the instance of Jacob Chansey, the so-called, what was he called, the barbarian or whatever, right? The guy with the wolf's head. You can see him being walked through the Capitol peacefully by police officers. So that's very interesting. And he's facing a lot of charges. He could face years and years and years in prison. He has been languishing in jail, in prison in DC for the same amount of time that that this whole thing has been going on. So there's a lot of questions here. And I think the public demands a lot of answers, because if they're going to stage a trial, one that is being done for the purpose of dramatizing this whole thing. I mean, what's the end goal? It's obviously, I think a lot of people are going to answer this themselves, but it's obviously to take away Americans' rights, and to delegitimize former President Donald Trump.
But Mateus, I think the second one is probably a more valid one. That taking rights, using it against Trump could be an explanation that would make sense to me. But Mateus, what do you think about what else is there in the videos?
Well, I think at the top, I want to start by saying I would hope everyone here agrees that what occurred on January 6th was not something that we think of as okay. Whether or not it was a violent insurrection, there's no evidence to suggest that, but it was in fact it did become a demonstration that was unlawful. What Tucker Carlson revealed in these newly released and unedited clips basically exposed the fact. I think the largest takeaway from the hour-long special, and there's going to be a second installment of these tapes tomorrow night on Tucker's show, basically highlights the January 6th committee's manufacturing of the story that they wanted the American public to know. Something specifically that stood out to me was a video clip of Senator Josh Hawley that they used, and the senator is running out of the Senate chambers during while people have already breached through the Capitol, and he explained that there were a few agitators at the front that breached, and then the hundreds of other people that were in there were moseying about pretty peacefully, which he documented as well. But this clip of Josh Hawley was singled out by the January 6th committee as proof that he was kind of running away from his own people. And it became a mockery in the room. There was audible laughter in the hearing room by journalists and other people, and it became this large talking point. So what the video showed, the unedited portion, was that Senator Hawley was one of the last senators and members of the senators had their aides and other staff to leave, and they were all running and being instructed to run by police. So I think that it shows you the kind of people call the January 6th committee a show trial, and I think that provides evidence to that more than not. Additionally, there's a
dishonest framing, right? It's a dishonest framing of what actually happened on that day.
Correct. When you don't show the people an entire clip of something and you use a specific segment to try and gain a certain opinion from the people, it's ingenuine. Additionally, an officer did die around the time of January 6th, and originally he was reported to have been killed by rioters via a head wound. A law enforcement officer's death. But Tucker refutes statements of when he was allegedly involved in that incident that led to his fatality by providing video evidence that he was alive and wearing extreme protective gear at a certain point in the day's events that don't line up with the testimony that the committee gave. So I think that overall tend to take things.
Mateus, your mic. Okay, you're back. Yeah, go ahead.
Some people tend to take things a little too far at some points, whether that be on the extreme right or on the extreme left. I think that what you saw today was clear evidence that the American public needs to see more unedited footage from what occurred inside the Capitol on January 6th.
I've got Sleiman is going through it now, so he'll be.
Yeah, and
there's a thread being updated live.
Tucker says the video that he's released demolishes the claim that it was an insurrection, and certainly the video, as I said, as I highlighted, there were violent incidents associated with the January 6th protests. It doesn't mean the protests was completely violent and was insurrectionist. as has been widely disseminated, which has been pushed by the Justice Department, and people are being told to, disavow their disputing, their ideas about the election in criminal trials in order to get lower sentences from federal judges. I mean, this is a terrible assault not only on our First Amendment rights, but on our rights to petition our government and such through this false narrative that has been put out by the Pelosi Congress and the Biden Justice Department. I mean, they're trying to criminalize opposition to the Biden administration. These are dangerous times for our republic in that regard.
Can I ask you a question? How many protests occurred on January 6th across America?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
So there was widespread protests across America on January 6th, California, actually in Los Angeles, because I have a family member who was protesting actually during January 6th against election fraud in California, and specifically in Southern California. There was no detentions there. There was no detentions really anywhere else across America but Washington, D.C. and Capitol. I think that's an important, because if you're saying,
I think it's a good point.
Hold on, Tom, let me finish. If you're suggesting that all protests that occurred on January 6th, because what you're suggesting is by the Biden administration, I think it's important to highlight that there was actually mass protests across America on January 6th, but when they had arrest warrants and people were set on trial, were the people who stormed the Capitol. There were people who were in Washington.
I mean, it's absurd to suggest that the targeting of the Biden DOJ is just the violent protesters. I don't think there'd be much objection if that were the case. What's going on here is targeting for prosecution at the federal level, the type of protests that have gone on since time immemorial here in Washington, D.C., which is unlawful parading in federal buildings. I attended the Kavanaugh hearings. I was there at both times where I was witness to violence and intimidation and disruption to the effort to confirm United States justice by the United States Senate. And those folks were escorted, arrested after resisting arrest outside the building, given $50 tickets, and some of them got back in and got arrested again. And there was no similar law enforcement action against the groups responsible for that effort to disrupt and intimidate U.S. senators.
How much damages did those protesters cause that you're suggesting? How much damages to the Capitol?
Is that the basis for it now? Is that your new argument?
I'm just wondering, because I remember January 6th.
That's not a serious question.
So breaking, because I think this is the issue, right? Because I go back to the original question: how many protesters were detained across America were related to the January 6th protests outside of the Capitol? The people who have been charged were those that not only, because one thing I agree with you, Tom. One thing is if you manage to do a sit-in inside of Congress during a proceeding, that's fine. Another thing that is completely different is people breaking windows inside Congress, going multiple areas inside Congress, causing damages, having people sit in Nancy Pelosi's multiple Congress.
You're just highlighting my point.
That's what makes this one different. That's highlighting what you're suggesting.
I didn't suggest anyone who engaged in vandalism or anything or violence get let off. I was suggesting that there were people engaged in non-violent activity that may have potentially been criminal, that are being targeted, that otherwise would not have been targeted because of the politics of it, not because of it was an insurrection, but because of the politics. They supported the wrong politicians, and they had the hammer of the Justice Department come down on them. In addition to that, state activity, state legislators who are examining this issue, also being criminally investigated by the Biden Justice Department. So don't suggest that this is about vandalization or violence. It has nothing to do with about it. It's about policy disputes and a dispute about an election and trying to criminalize those who disputed the 2020 election in good faith.
So one thing is challenging it. Hold on, I think this is an important thing, Mario. One thing is challenging, right? And let's not forget, and people have come to me who come back and say there was no standing. The Supreme Court said no, we're not touching this with a 6-feet pole. We have zero desire to touch this whatsoever. At that point, this was done. This is the only time, except Bush v. Gore, which when Gore lost, let's not forget the Supreme Court ruling. When Gore lost, he conceded. He conceded the election. At that point, when the Supreme Court said, this is done, we are not dealing with this, Biden is the legitimate president, he should have been sworn in. And if Trump wanted to do a protest,
but that's not what the Supreme Court said.
Protest, which they did across.
That isn't what the Supreme Court said. I mean, you're just making stuff up. I mean, you've
wait, hold on.
The Supreme Court didn't say that.
Tom, let me finish.
So let's finish off, and then we'll get Tom to respond.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
When Gore lost, the Supreme Court, he conceded. If people wanted to protest, as happened across America in January 6th, that is well within their constitutional right. And nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing that across America, people protested on January 6th. Where people got detained and held accountable, were those that, because a protest turned into a mob, because we have video footage of people breaking windows, breaking offices, stealing material from Congress, and stormed the Capitol, then those people are going to be held accountable. And I believe a core tenet of conservative policy and principal ideology is being held accountable for your actions.
Really?
And I'm a millennial.
Is that what conservatism is?
My generation.
So again,
really? Over by those who just promote, really kind of almost trite media narratives on this. No one has ever been treated in political protests like this as the Justice Department are treating those involved in January 6th. A lot of those who have been targeted by the Justice Department weren't doing anything warranting the targeting. And no one's suggesting people not be held accountable. We're suggesting that they be treated as others have been treated, and that there be explanations as to the different political treatment or prosecutorial overreach geared at the January 6th protesters versus other protesters. So it's pretty obvious this is a politicized attack on opponents of the Biden administration, and there's a political to do. What's going on here? We've had similar
hearing over the last few months and years.
Well, for the past couple of years, you've heard that this whole they didn't arrest him. He didn't force his way through. In fact, he just breezed right through.
With that, here's the video.
Trailing
Doesn't
him,
answer
right?
every question from January.
He was able to walk past police officers. What is this, right? This is not the narrative that we have been told. Everything we've been told is a lie. And on top of that, you have Ray Epps, who, a lot of people call him a federal informant, and there's a pretty good case for that. He's been caught on video, released by other people, right, showing that he has been, he was urging people to go into the Capitol to, commit violence. And it turns out that he lied to Congress. He lied to Congress about all of this because he claimed that he had left the grounds of the Capitol around the time where he was actually still there, at a time when he was texting his nephew, bragging about how he had orchestrated part of it. So his testimony was clearly a lie, and he was not charged for anything. Compared to other, protesters who were there, these people were charged with trespassing, minor misdemeanors, various things. And yet, here's the one guy who's telling everybody to go inside and do violence. He gets off scot-free, which certainly lends the possibility to, I would say, a very high likelihood that he was, an informant, a federal informant. But this is me speculating, right? At a very minimum, he lied to Congress about this. And as others have pointed out earlier, Tucker Carlson's show, which is like an hour long, you should watch the whole thing, shows various instances where they perform, the January 6th committee performed a variety of very dishonest framing of what actually happened. For instance, with the Officer Brian Sicknick, it was widely reported that he had been killed, he had been struck in the head, died of a fatal blow with a fire extinguisher, that he had expired in the hospital a few hours later. That does not appear to be the case. He had full headgear on, and he is in these videos walking around the Capitol. Now, his death was widely reported. Everybody said he was murdered. And, this was something that I believe even Pelosi, when she was giving her testimony, talking about it and during the hearings, and all these other people who had Kinzinger and so on, they're mourning him, saying he was a victim, yada, yada, yada. This is something that AOC has even brought up very recently, which Community Notes actually corrected her on, claiming that he was one of the victims of January 6th. Now, it turns out, the autopsy and all that stuff shows that he had died of perhaps natural causes. He had asthma, right? It's nothing to do with any altercation during January 6th. Obviously, there may have been some interactions between, like stress levels and so on, but he was certainly not struck in the head and killed on that day, as what's widely reported. So this whole idea, this whole narrative, this whole thing was an insurrection, clearly untrue. As Tom said, right? They wanted to paint a narrative, and they used this to strip so many Americans of their rights, and they are using, to this day, the January 6th so-called insurrection to deprive even more Americans of their rights. You won't have the right to protest. And there is certainly a massive double standard in that, BLM protesters or Antifa protesters, they're let off the hook. They're not even charged. And in some cases, like the most recently, the BLM protesters in New York City, were each awarded something to the tune of $21,000 each because of their altercations with the NYPD. So the NYPD suffered greatly. We can, watch the videos back in the so-called Summer of Love in 2020, when they were assaulted, they were attacked, their cars were set on fire. But these protesters got let off the hook. So there's a double standard that's being orchestrated right now by the DOJ, the Justice Department, in criminalizing the activities, the First Amendment protected activities of peaceful protesters who just happened to be at a place where some people were not being so nice. Some people were rioting, no doubt. And those people should be charged. So when you talk about responsibility, I would say charge for those. For everybody else, it's a different story. But that's where we're at so far.
But Ian, those buildings, they were burned down at night, so that's not as important.
That's right. Yeah, that was an excuse they gave us.
None of you guys are actually serious, right? So you're sending like DMs to each other, like Tucker Carlson was, that's saying that you don't actually believe what you're saying, or do you actually believe the words coming in your mouth on this space right now?
It's plain as
What does
day.
that even
What's
mean?
that even to believe? It's like the Earth is not flat. You know, there's no DMs being sent around. We know for a fact we can trust our eyes, despite what the experts might say. You know, and now the experts.
What did I say that is incorrect about what has been said that's incorrect about how January 6th been handled?
So you compared federal government buildings with any other properties and any other
I'm
actions.
talking
Yes, you
about
did.
federal
Yeah,
courthouses
Tom, you did.
that were set ablaze.
It's the White House.
You asked.
I don't get to speak. I don't get to speak.
You asked a question. No, you asked a question.
I was talking about federal courthouses and buildings that were attacked and set ablaze on the West Coast, and the suggestion was that was not as important because that took place at night.
So is the White House? Is the White House? And our governmental entities and our congressmen, congresswomen, senators, the same as every other building around the world. Are you trying to equate the
What
idea
about the White House
that somebody
was besieged?
Oh my
When was it
God!
besieged in September of 2020? What about that? You know, was anyone charged there? What happened there?
Come on.
I mean, did someone who's talking?
Name is Fidgetal. I was waiting for Tom.
Fidgetal is usually more sensible than this. That's why I'm surprised he's saying this.
But Tom, too. To his point, to Fidgetal's point, like it's ingenuous to say a lot of things that you guys are information, as we could see by the from Louis Vuitton stores in LA.
This characterization of my comments. Well, this shows you the dishonesty of the left in handling this. Dishonesty of the left in handling this complicated issue. Vandalized should get off with a slap on the wrist. It didn't say that.
Tom, are you allowed? Are you allowed? Are you allowed to walk in the White House?
Appropriate.
White House without being invited.
I do want to highlight that
the Capitol is another issue. You can't walk into the Capitol generally.
People being ushered in.
These
the videos show people being ushered into the Capitol.
Ian, I'm just asking. I'm not asking you to give me a diatribe.
I'm not giving you a diatribe. I'm just saying that the people were allowed in. They were being ushered in. So when you call it, we try to make that comparison and say, under what circumstances.
You're trying to ignore the videos that all of us saw. We saw them chasing. We heard them chanting to find Pelosi and to hang her. No. That's what conspiracy is. You do not get away with your actions just because you were not the one that held the knife. That is what you forget.
Have to prove conspiracy,
you are a part of a cause.
Fidgetal.
There we go. There you go.
That's what the courts
Ian,
are
you're
doing.
part of the cause.
Yep.
Which court decided that there wasn't? Which court? Court decided that there was conspiracy? I missed that part.
to. They're going to jail for 7 days, some people that I know. Conspiracy to charge the Capitol building is like, that is unproven. You have to prove it. You can't just.
No?
No.
Could they have gone anywhere else? Could they have gone to Mar-a-Lago? That would have been a much better. Could they have gone to Mar-a-Lago? That would have been a much better.
Don't then get off the space if you don't think that we're serious.
That I can believe that you're serious, that you can parse.
Well, I don't.
I'm not going to finish.
I sadly believe
Okay.
you're being serious, Digital. I sadly believe you're being serious.
Okay, so Fisher, what's the point you're making?
And this is my problem. This is my only problem with the arguments is that there are a lot of people that weren't a part of an insurrection. Yes. People that were the insurrectionists? No, there was a lot more than that, and they were riled up by this.
I'm saying they're being treated differently than folks. Involved in other similar protests. The Senate.
If that were the case, then why is it?
True. The White House grounds outside, they were federal grounds.
Pinned above. I think Breaking 4 News has videos that's also pinned above along with Ian's videos. So you could check them out on the Nest, or whatever you call it, pinned above, and they're being added live. There's more being added. So if you want to watch the videos and what we're talking about, it's all let me be above. But yeah, go ahead, also some Tom.
And let me be clear here, and I want to be clear. The Justice Department is irredeemably corrupted and compromised. Not one of the prosecutions can be the American people can have trust in terms of justice being fairly administered. And the next president, frankly, the current one, assuming that he had the bravery to do so, should seriously consider pardoning or commuting the sentences of pretty much everyone who was put through this process. Everyone. Because the Justice Department couldn't be trusted to even prosecute the ones who should have been prosecuted because of their dishonesty, and I think their willingness to withhold information from them and the court. and no person supervising them should give credence to what they've done and what they're doing now. And the next president, I hope, cleans house and starts meting out fair, kind of restoring at least the idea that the Justice Department should be held accountable. Accountable for the abuses we're seeing now with not only January 6th, but the other issues around 2020 that
is that the highlight of the video? Because he can still be a violent extremist.
He's not a violent extremist.
Or whatever
There's
you want to call it.
zero
Someone who's,
footage of him being violent at all.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no footage of him being violent.
So that we
He
have
was not
no
a violent offender. He just went in dressed funny. They singled him out and let him walk around the place. And they followed him.
Okay,
He
so
even
I thought
walked
that
past
was
police
okay. So
officers.
that's different.
So this idea that he stormed the Capitol and they made him the face of the insurrection. Well, none of that makes any sense. It's a lie.
He made himself the face of the insurrection.
He has always been
Yeah,
a
but I'm just
character.
saying-
He was always protesting at these various QAnon events. They call him the QAnon shaman for a reason, right? He was a character. He's pretty well known.
So why was he?
People of a thing to even have included on the January 6th defense.
So he played. So just on that.
He was sentenced to 41 months.
Correct.
41 months.
Essentially 4 years, yeah.
Absurdity on top of absurdity.
Yep.
Derek, just a quick question. So why did he plead guilty?
Because it's
because for partly for the same reason that I did, man. You're not going to get a fair trial in D.C. He was facing decades in prison because of the media found him guilty. That's exactly what happened.
So he was sorry, but that's just sorry. I don't mean to interrupt too much, but I just want to understand
You plead guilty so that you don't get so much time.
Yeah, you settle. I know you find a settlement.
Like,
I understand.
okay, I'll plead guilty to this thing that you're pushing at me. I'll take 2 years or 4 years or whatever in prison instead of the maximum sentence, which might be 20, 30 years.
Okay, so the charges, because you said he was found guilty by the media, Derek.
No,
but
he pled guilty.
Charges
he pled guilty.
by
He was already like the media, right?
No, but what were the charges? Now I understand. I just what was meant by that. But what do you mean? He was facing decades in prison.
So yeah,
based on the original charges.
I was facing one of the same charges, actually the charge that he pled to. It's a 1512 obstruction of official proceeding. That one charge comes with a 20-year prison sentence. It was created during the Enron insider bank trading of the early 2000s. It was created for tampering with a witness. No one on January 6th tampered with a witness, and so therefore it doesn't even fit the crime. But that's all they could do to the nonviolent people to throw a big charge on us was that charge. They also recommended that for President Trump as well. Myself, Jacob Chansley, and Richard Big O Barnett were the three original faces of January 6th because Big O had his feet up on the desk, that famous picture. Jacob because he was dressed that way, and myself because I was an elected legislator from the state of West Virginia. And so before they went after the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, we were the three that they were really going after, and we were basically found guilty from the get-go by the media, and there was no way he was going to get a fair trial. And
so Derek, just to back to the charges, because this is new to me, which is great because I learn, and anyone in the audience that doesn't know this can learn as well. So the charges involved obstructing. What exactly? Can you say that again? What was the charge called? I'm writing it down.
It's called 1512 obstruction of an official proceeding. And once again, so when you look at the code itself. to Cliff Notes really quick, is in the early 2000s, when people were coming to testify before Congress about insider bank trading, people were tampering with those witnesses. They were threatening them. They were bribing them. They were, tampering with witnesses. And because of that, they created that code of obstruction of official proceeding by way of tampering with a witness. Well, none of us tampered with a witness on January 6th, but they used the code obstruction of official proceeding.
How could they? But how could they use? Yeah, what was their argument? I'm sure they fairly or unfairly they had an argument for it. How does that relate to you? How you guys obstructing official proceedings? So because you obstructed the proceedings in the
the courts are in limbo right now. There's one or two judges who have said that this charge does not fit the crime. There's a couple of other judges who have upheld it so far. This is a charge that's going to make its way all the way to the Supreme Court eventually. It's going to take years to do so, but
you pled you pled guilty to the charges as well.
I pled to civil disorder. It was a lesser charge, but yeah, they tried to get me to plead to that. Take the same deal that Jacob took. I didn't want to do that.
And Jacob is the QAnon shaman. Is Jacob?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
So you're still fighting that charge, the obstruction of an official proceeding?
Nope. I got out of prison October 21st. I've been home since then. The only thing I have left is my 3 years of supervised release. So I had an 18-month legal battle and then served prison time and got out in October. I'm one of the lucky ones compared to some of these other people, such as Jacob.
So the shaman. So Jacob. I'm just going to use the term, if you don't mind, the QAnon shaman, because everyone can relate to that. Is that okay? I don't know if it's offensive.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So the QAnon shaman is serving his jail time still, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
And once he's out, that's it. The charges, he reached a settlement, so the charges are dropped. But there's others fighting those same charges, and it's going all the way to the Supreme Court.
Correct. There are still people who are fighting those charges. As of right now still. And so once again, it's important for everybody to understand when they were nonviolent, non-destructive January 6th defendants, all they could really get us for were misdemeanor trespassing charges. But in order to ramp that up, they took this specific charge and threw it at us so that we would now go from facing, probation to 20 plus years in prison because of this one charge. And that's what they're doing to everybody.
So I want to ask you a question also, because I know you guys were debating. Okay, Joe, I put a thumb down.
So the guy.
So Ian, do you mind if I just?
No. This is
go ahead.
Just context.
Okay, go ahead.
So the guy who was, putting his feet on the desk on Pelosi's desk, right? The media told him to do that. They told him to pose.
That is correct. They told him to pose. And he went to trial. He refused the plea deal. He's awaiting sentencing, and he's probably going to be sentenced to probably around 10 years in prison.
Yeah. Holy shit! Okay. So just so I'm going to get back to that point. Please keep it in mind because I want to get back to the whole media thing. I want to know where it came and why and who exactly in the media. Pretty broad term, but Joa, you put a thumb down on what Derek was talking about. So what are we missing in that narrative? What do you disagree with in the narrative of the charges of obstruction of an official proceeding with 20 years jail sentence?
Yeah, obstruction of justice has a maximum of 20 years. Minimum guidelines are 3 years, and then you also have obstruction, which I agree. Sentencing guidelines in U.S. are absolutely insane. But you have obstruction of congressional federal administration proceedings, which is a maximum of 5 years, which I actually believe is what should have been used for nonviolent people. But it's up to not 20 plus. And obstructing congressional proceedings is a maximum of 5 years. I do think they were heavy-handed with the way they were doing it.
Okay. Mario,
can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is
important.
Like now everybody's complaining about the federal justice system being hard-handed. Now, that's what kind of just blows my mind. This has been a recurring issue for ages. And by the way, and let me just say something. I cover Mexican cartels. I can tell you easily how people are rounded up just for being affiliated because they have a family member, and how they do SWAT team drug busts on a house, and they get people, and it's like, well, because your cousin had drugs in your house, you're also guilty by association because he's a known cartel member. And they go sentence to prison, right? Like this is what but this is the important point. Like, what infuriates me about this conversation is that we had a moment in American democratic process, and when the people are forgetting the key moment of it, it was a ceremonial procedure for the transfer of power to confirm Joe Biden's election. Like, that was the issue at hand. When you study the rise of authoritarianism across the world, the way you degrade that and the way you damage the foundation of a democratic system is by going at the notion of our authority and our traditions and those processes that guarantee a transfer of power. That's the symbolism. That's the difference. By the way, there was dozens, if not hundreds, of Black Lives Matter protesters that were detained, but those were held at state court because it did not affect a federal proceeding requiring the transfer of power, which we've had in this country since our foundation. That's the fundamental difference. Now, again, I'm going to go back to my original comments, Mario. This is my original comment.
Hold on. Okay, so
wait,
keep that in mind, and go ahead. Also finish,
so
and I see Derek and Harry responding.
In January 6th, there was protest across America against Joe Biden's certification of president. Where were the detentions? Where were people arrested and charged? It was the people who went into the Capitol. Not across America, nowhere else. It was in the Capitol. The people who breached the Capitol were the ones who were sought after and charged. Not random person everywhere. And nobody is addressing that. And they're trying to make this as Biden being a dictator when everybody's ignoring that in January 6th, there was protests everywhere, but only one specific area did the Justice Department went after.
Well, you're ignoring the issues that we've raised about how that some are being targeted inappropriately given the nature of the crimes evidently they committed. And
that happens with all crimes, Tom. That happens with
so this is Tom. So Joe, let me guys,
walking in the Capitol unimpeded and then walking around for a few minutes or even 20 minutes and leaving does not warrant federal prosecution. It doesn't.
Like, yeah, you can point
I know it, Joe. I know it also.
The law is broken. Yes, it's broken in all sorts of ways. We can talk about the war on drugs and how it unfairly targets family members, people who are just in the vicinity of a cartel member. Yeah, it's a problem. Both the right and the left have been talking about it. Doesn't really get a lot of media coverage, but keep in mind, the media doesn't represent anyone but themselves. So this argument that you're having, all sorts, it feels like a straw man argument against the right, against people who are opposed to how the J6 detainees have been prosecuted. It seems like your anger is misdirected. I think that if anything, right, the left and the right can come to agreement that the federal government is just way too powerful. It's way too corrupt. Right, it's able to get away with these things, and just because it happens to one group of people doesn't mean it's okay when it happens to another.
But Mario, I have to say, but people are forgetting the notion what triggered this. Again, it was a transfer of power. It's the foundation of any democracy.
That's simply
untrue. The difference. You cannot equate somebody burning down a car in Minneapolis because of whatever reason to somebody who's trying to go in there screaming, Mike Pence during the transfer of a Democratic to certifying the confirmation of President Biden as president.
There's a fair point, Derek. Derek, I'd love you to respond to this.
Yeah,
also, I've never seen you so passionate. But before you do, Derek, do you mind? Justin's got a bit of a clip to play for us, just to keep it relevant to the revelations from Fox.
Look at seconds.
Go ahead.
Even though they were outside the building, such as Brandon, who's here on the speaker box with us. But the other thing I wanted to say is we were not there to prevent the transfer of power. We were there using our natural God-given rights of free speech, asking our elected representatives to send the certification back to the states for 10 days for them to do a forensic audit on it. And if they wanted to certify it, then they could have. But we were asking them, which they are allowed to do, and it's been done in our country's history before. We were asking them to do that. We were not trying to prevent the transfer of power within our country. We were asking.
But there, a quick question: Do you think this is, before Justin plays the clip? Do you think this is an example? And just something to keep in mind. I'll let you answer it after Justin's clip. But do you think, just trying to put both arguments together and trying to find a middle ground, do you think this is just you guys were being made unfairly made an example of, and that happens all the time, like in I'll give an example in crypto because that's obviously I covered SPF. You had, there's a lot of criminals within every industry, but then you choose the biggest ones, the most public ones, and you make an example out of them for the rest of the industry. So not sure if this is a fair argument to make while Justin plays a quick clip for us.
Yeah, this is the relevant part. There's another example of just how deceptively edited all of this taping was. You remember the lambasting that Senator Hawley from Missouri got as it was shown that he was running down the hall in this highlighted CCTV footage of him, as it thought was escaping the Capitol. And it was put in contrast because hours before he was rallying with the people that were there at the rally. And so they were making this claim. In fact, let me play this clip from Tucker Carlson because the revelation now, that was complete deceptive editing. Here it is, just a minute long.
In the case of Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, the committee and their allies accused him of both. Josh Hawley is To prove that Josh Hawley was a coward, the committee released a video of him loping out of the building on the afternoon of January 6th with a police escort. The tape became a staple on social media. Democrats laughed with derision.
Later that day, Senator Hawley fled after those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself.
This is the January 6th committee laughing.
But in fact, the surveillance footage we reviewed shows that famous clip was a sham, edited deceptively by the January 6th committee. The clip was propaganda, not evidence. The actual videotape shows that Hawley was one of many lawmakers being ushered out of the building by Capitol Hill police officers. And in fact, Hawley was at the back of the pack.
So the video, I'll post it here at the Nest in just a minute, but it shows dozens of lawmakers running down the hall, and then there's a gap, and then Hawley's doing it too, and you see police there ushering them out. Complete deception, fabrication even, in that deceptively edited video. So this is going to be just the tip of the iceberg here.
So just again, never seen Justin that passionate. So the narrative, because I was just updating the thread with the team. I'm not sure if they've added that to the thread, but the narrative is what exactly? So we know what the video shows.
Trying to make him
what the narrative
They're
was?
trying to make him into a coward. They're trying to laugh at him, trying to paint him as a coward who's afraid of his own constituents. The idea here is that Josh Hawley supported the quote-unquote insurrection, right? And that he was the first to run away when trouble was at his doorstep. The reality could not be further from the truth. The full video shows it.
Yeah, it's absolute deception.
Donald Trump issued a statement, great courage shown by the Speaker of the House. I just lost it, of course. Never mind. I'll find it again in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, if you can find that and just jump in and tell us what the statement says. All source and Harry, did you want to comment?
Yeah, so I just have a question. So I get like the Josh Hawley, I can understand, but like my question to everybody is then why was the congressional police officers ushering all the congressmen away? Like, I got it. Like, they were making fun of Josh Hawley and singling him out. But, like, I think don't focus on the tree and forget the forest. Like, there was a reason why everybody was running away.
Issue. All sources. Quite obvious.
Boom. Thank you. It's a security issue.
No one's disputing that. Why do you think anyone's disputing
that? So what's your, okay, so hold on. So, okay, also, you said thank you. I'll let you continue your thought, and then we'll go to Derek.
Like, why is it a security issue? Like if this wasn't if this is what people
what
are
you're saying is what was so also what you're saying is that what you're saying is that the this is not just an average property. There's multiple protests around the country. We're talking here about the Capitol. That's point number one. And point number two, it represents a threat. I know that's a debatable argument, but just want to make your point. A threat to U.S. democracy. And therefore, it should be taken a lot more seriously. If you go punch a random person on the street versus go punch the president of a country, you'll face different charges. Is that a fair way to kind of simplify the problem?
It was as much a security issue as the summer before when 50 police officers were hurt and injured at BLM protests in front of the White House. I mean, these issues happen, right? Whether regardless, you have the right to protest whether or not it's a change of power or not. I mean, that really doesn't change it. Now, when I saw it, I was appalled. I didn't like this. Our side doesn't do this stuff, right? And a lot of people succumb to this. That's my stance on this. I think there's a lot of stuff to be revealed. It's obvious, for example, this was not this tantamount, French Revolution taking over the Capitol type of thing. And actually, the Capitol is just now open for visitors. It used to be you could walk in and see your senator and congressman. That's been shut down for 2 or 3 years. And look, I'm upset because of that. When I saw this thing happen in real time, it pissed me off because because my side, we have to be clean 100% of the time. I don't get the liberty of having my limousine, of burning a limousine and getting away with it there on the inaugural of President
Justin,
Trump. Right?
Is in your position, you think that what was done is wrong. You don't agree with it. You were appalled, but you think the response is also too extreme in the way
Well,
it's
I think the response, and I don't think we obviously don't have the whole story too, because now the story that we were fed through these deceptively edited videos was, a tantamount nightmare insurrection. When in reality, it was something that was untoward. I thought it was wrong. If people, if people need to be, recompensed for that, that's great. Whatever sort of, monitoring needs to be done on this thing and fixed. But in the end,
and what would Derek, as you give us your thoughts, and Chris, thanks a lot for coming up on stage, and Brandon, of course,
briefly? Trump
Yes,
released a statement on a Tucker Carlson J6 expose. This is what Tom was trying to read. I found it. He says, and I'll just read it here. I won't do an impression because I don't do good Trump impressions. Congratulations to Tucker Carlson on one of the biggest scoops as a reporter in the U.S. history. The new surveillance footage of the January 6th events sheds an entirely different light on what actually happened. The Unselect Committee was a giant scam and has now unequivocally been stamped as criminal fabricators of this most important day. Pelosi and McConnell failed on security. The police story is sad and difficult to watch. Trump and most others are totally innocent. Let them go free now.
Who the hell?
Yeah.
Who the hell
And
there's a second statement
Who the
here.
hell cares what Donald Trump has to say about this?
I care.
There's a second statement there. Great courage shown by Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy in releasing the surveillance footage to Tucker Carlson so that our country and indeed the world can see what really went on January 6th during the January 6th events. A whole new and completely opposite picture has now been inevitably painted. The Unselect Committee lied and should be prosecuted for their actions. Nancy and Mitch were a disaster on security. Thank you, Kevin. And Tucker, free at last.
Yeah, who the hell cares?
I'd love to get Harry.
Sorry,
Mario, real quick.
So, Harry, hold on, Ian.
Can you invite him up because he's trying to?
Harry, hold on, Ian.
Can you invite him up because he's trying to?
Harry, about your clip.
That statement has no relation to reality. I'm not even sure. What you're talking about.
On the Hawley.
So, Harry,
go ahead, Mario.
Harry, even if that wasn't the basis, let's go with that. But that's the impression you got because you posted that he was a coward. So you obviously took that impression from.
6th. So of course they think he's a coward, not only January 6th, but in other.
Maybe we'll go to Chris.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks about that. No, I was having a little internet connection there real quick, but I'll drop my hand real quick too. But yeah, just follow Harry. Like, dude, I understand you're trying to throw the Trump under the bus with this, but Trump does not run the U.S. Capitol Police. That is the one police department that is overseen and run by the legislative branch of our government. So you have to take a look right there at the ones who failed, and it was a failure of bureaucracy and it was a failure of leadership that day of which occurred. So therefore, like I said, everything that happened stemmed from that. Like even the Capitol Police Chief, they go through so many bureaucrat layers to get things done and approved. So, for example, the Capitol Police Chief can't even go through and say, "Hey, I'm going to approve to get my guys water on a 95-degree weather day." He has to go through the Capitol Police Board. So if any one of those members say you cannot get that, police officers aren't going to get what they want. So it comes down to those questions of who gave the stand down to not allow.
You're just glitching.
And you have to take a look at leadership.
The concern I have is that there are other there's not only videos, but there are emails about that day that we know they have 271 emails that haven't been made public yet. And I hope Speaker McCarthy takes additional steps to disclose that material. And, my concern is that the Capitol is still unsecure. The police force is not as professional as it should be. The police generally, those of us who are used to, visiting the Capitol, they're largely there to reassure the public and to enable them to make use of the facilities and visit their congressmen. And so as a result, I thought the Capitol was always poorly secured because it was not secure enough. And in the case of the January 6th disturbance, virtually all rioting or violence that occurs with crowds like this is the result of poor policing. It doesn't exempt anyone in the crowd from engaging in improper behavior, but that behavior is often incentivized because of lack of policing and improper training. And in this case, it was a combination, in my view, of poor training, poor command structure, and political decision making, not to have the security appropriate for the crowd that was expected. Judicial Watch uncovered documents showing they knew tens of thousands would be there. We know separately that opportunities for increased security were rejected because the left and didn't want them at the Capitol. The military was scarred by being attacked for daring to think about deploying the National Guard previously, and they didn't want to be seen as having Trump troops there at the Capitol. So this was all political decision making by anti-Trump military folks and anti-Trump folks on the Hill. They didn't want the security there, and this is the result in part.
I'd like to offer.
Joe, I know you've been waiting for a while. I know everyone's trying to speak, but Joe, ask your question quickly.
Mario, I have to interrupt you briefly because one of your tweets is wrong. You wrote that the QAnon shaman was being escorted out of the building. That is incorrect. He was escorted into the Senate chambers. So,
yeah, that's exactly my question I want to ask of Chris, since he was a Capitol Police. Could the video of the QAnon shaman be a stand down order? Because I see them following him and then opening the door ahead of him, probably to check the room, in my opinion. Is it a stand down order, or are they escorting him through the Capitol to lead the way to the Congress? In your opinion, from looking at the video?
Well, watching that video, I have a lot of questions myself because I found that very irregular for him to be particularly escorted, as it was in the footage released by Tucker. Now, again, one of the things that I have learned from my fellow, former coworkers there was that they went to one channel that day, where typically we have 5 or 6 channels on a normal operating day. So it goes back to what Tom said, was that take a look at operations. It was a failure of the operation structure that happened that day as well. And I also know too that a lot of the officers, even prior to that, from November, were working about 6 days a week, 12-hour shifts. There was major burnout going on as it is. There were major shortages as well, just because a lot of officers that are already working nearly 20 years, especially those who joined after the 9/11 situation and in being fully staffed. So you have a lot of officers who are already there who burned out. New to that date, just sort of maybe lack of training with those who were there. But again, as Tom had said, and I agree with, from my estimation too, is that the organizational structure failed that day, and it ultimately comes down to the leadership on Capitol Hill, as well as the many bureaucrat layers that have a say in the operations daily on that day with the intel that they had.
And the only homicide victim that day was Ashley Babbitt, who was needlessly shot by Lieutenant Byrd, who popped out from behind a column and fired into a doorway and into a crowd, including law enforcement. And he was treated with kid gloves because he killed the right type of political activist, and received zero accountability from Congress, DC Police, or the U.S. Justice Department. In fact, Judicial Watch uncovered how they let him stay for free in a military base for 6 months plus. Unbelievable.
Oh, please, Tom. She was climbing through a window toward a chamber with members of Congress in it.
Oh,
What do you
yeah.
want?
You know what? Stop trying to justify the needless killing of an American citizen because you don't like her.
First of all,
You don't like her.
Oh,
You don't
Josh,
shoot people over.
Okay, hang
No
on.
police
Tom,
officer thinks that's a normal.
Harry, I'll let you. Sorry, Justin, I'll let you do the introductions quickly. I know, Harry, you've been waiting for a while, so I'll give you the mic in a bit. But Justin,
Okay.
I'll let you introduce Julie.
Hey, I'm so glad we have Julie Kelly here. Julie is one of the few reporters, independent, following this from day one. There is no one who knows this issue better. I think actually, Julie, it was probably a year or two ago that you and I had our first conversation on my on a podcast I was on, and I asked you those same poignant questions. It's like, well, the issue is, Julie, this was a time of a transfer of power. And you had some really, I think, very poignant answers to me on to what that was. I was pressing you on that. But Julie, welcome to the program. Tell us just briefly, kind of your background in this thing so people kind of get the context of where you're coming from.
Hi, can you guys hear me? First of all, I have to ask.
We got you.
Okay,
We got
great.
you, friend.
So this is very gratifying, not just for me as a reporter who has covered this, especially what Tucker raised tonight, which is the Jacob Chansley case, rape apps, etc. But on behalf of the January 6th defendants whose lives have been destroyed by the cover-up and the lies and the deception of this justice the truth is going to come out after having covered Russiagate. And I told them I don't think it'll be as long as the truth about Russiagate, but the truth will be revealed. And so tonight is a huge step forward in exposing all the lies about January 6th, the inside job that it was. There's going to be more to come. But my satisfaction tonight is not just for me as a reporter, but for the thousands of families whose lives have been destroyed, bankrupted, alienated by their communities, their relatives, canceled by society, that what people were told from the beginning is just simply not true. So I'm grateful for this forum. Wow. And, everyone who is going to be, posting these videos and pushing for more truth.
Well, this really is so shocking in so many ways. But let me press you on a couple things like I did 2 years ago. Otherwise, when this happened, as I just recalled, I was so upset. It made my stomach churn. I don't like seeing our team
There
even
was some-
be portrayed in this way. Obviously, there was a lot of stuff that was hidden that even I now wasn't clear on. But you know, the point they always make, Julie, and I understand the feeling, and actually I think it carries a little bit of weight, but I want to hear your response because I know you've had this question numerous times. Julie, the answer always is put to you, well, this was a transfer of power. It's different than just a protest like a BLM part or like something that is a sit-in. This was a transfer of power. Why doesn't that matter?
Well, when the American people believe that the transfer of power is illegitimate, then you are obligated to express your voice. And, the peaceful transfer of power is not like a law. It's something that we sort of believe in, that we've engaged in to the most part. I mean, there are points in our history where that's not the case. I pointed the 2017 riots in Washington, D.C.
Right.
on Trump's inauguration day. So, I think also, Justin, the background of what was happening in 2020, the COVID lockdowns, I mean, this was one of the most tumultuous years in American history. And so when I saw what was happening on January 6th, I did not have the same reaction as 95% of the people because of what had transpired that entire year. You're not obligated, duty bound to say, okay, well, we feel like the election was rigged. And so we're just going to go along with it. And the overwhelming majority of people who were there just wanted their voices heard. And what was happening that day, let's be clear, as I hate to say that term because it's Biden-esque, it was not what they tried to shut down was the certification of the Electoral College. It was that there was going to be 12 hours at least of debate over the contested states. You had House Republicans matched up with U.S. senators who were going to fully vet their complaints about the results in 6 contested states. And they were calling for a 10-day audit. Now, it was a Hail Mary. It was way too late. But what the Democrats and many Republicans wanted shut down was airing that debate publicly. And so conveniently, this so-called riot insurrection shut down that process immediately. And when they reconvened, that entire process stopped. You had senators who were going to endorse this audit, the Election Audit Commission, who then said, well, no, I'm going to retract my support of this. We can't go on this way. We're going to certify Joe Biden. There were
So
go ahead.
I've just got a question here, and I'm gonna also. You still there on the mic?
I'm here.
So also, okay, he's giving thumbs up and down. But also was making a point. Who's up on stage? In terms of comparing this, and I think he was responding to Ian, comparing this to any other protest, and kind of similar to Justin's point, is not only considering the circumstances, but also considering the location, the property. We saw something similar happen in Brazil that we covered it here live as it happened. And the response, of course, we don't want to compare the US government to Brazil, but the response there was, from what I've seen, more heavy-handed. Now, I haven't seen the how many people went to jail, but there were significantly more arrests. So considering that was, breaking into the Capitol, it just makes it a lot more serious than a protest on any other property, really, in the US. And some of the protesters were made an example of. What are your thoughts on this argument, considering the charges that were filed?
I'm sorry, which argument is that?
Considering that this is the Capitol, this is breaking into the Capitol, it should be taken a lot more seriously. And some of the protesters were fairly or unfairly, it's kind of what was debated earlier, were made an example of. So instead of looking at the charges as comparing it to any other protest, considering those circumstances, it's fair to be taken more seriously?
Well, very few people actually broke into the Capitol. In fact, the Justice Department just posted an update, and the overwhelming majority of charges are low-level misdemeanors, including trespassing. So when you say broke into the Capitol, there were only a few who are charged with breaking a window or forcing their way in. What the video shows, not just the video that Tucker played, but body-worn camera and other surveillance video that has been released, is that people were walking through open doors as police officers were standing right there. This was not a break-in where they were trying to overthrow the Capitol or the government, where they had arms, they had firearms, etc. And you know, there are lots of examples. I point to 2018, as a lot of people do, the Kavanaugh confirmation hearings, where you had protesters occupying public buildings for days, physically confronting U.S. senators, which none of that happened on January 6th. So the disparity in the treatment of January 6 protesters versus what we saw in 2017 and 2018 and previously simply does not rise to the level of this is some sort of insurrection or domestic terror attack that this regime claims that it is. So,
Julie, was anyone charged with insurrection
No.
there? Hold on a second. No one was charged with insurrection, correct?
No.
Or, yeah.
Julie, aren't you playing with semantics here? Because you're saying there wasn't many people who broke into the Capitol. And technically, you're right. There's not a lot of people who broke windows, but there's a lot of people who followed through, which
Being
still
technically
considers
correct
them
is the best
breaching
kind
the
of correct.
Capitol.
Okay, well, do you want to describe all the charges that have been levied, the 1,000 defendants? What's the overwhelming majority of charges?
You tell me. I know some of them. I don't know all of them.
There are misdemeanors.
You tell me.
Trespassing.
You tell me what are
Trespassing.
they?
That's the answer. Yeah, if George is asking, for real, like if he's legitimately asking, it's misdemeanors, it's trespassing. It's not a big deal.
It's not trespassing when it's the Congress. They're trying to stop something that's happening at Congress. That's not the same as trespassing.
I'm sorry. The crime there then is you're trying to disrupt a government proceeding, and the crime is what?
I mentioned it earlier. I can look it back up and let you know.
Yeah, let me know when you get some information.
He's claiming.
Julie, is there any comparable charges in prior? As I was describing to the audience earlier, because I did witness the violence, and it wasn't just yelling in conference in the committee rooms. There were people assaulted in the Senate, and as you pointed out, and senators were directly confronted illegally as a result of these unlawful protests. Was there obstruction of proceedings there? I recall just $50 tickets being given to people for disrupting, and that was the end of it, right?
That is correct. So the hundreds of protesters who were arrested and quasi-charged in, say, the Kavanaugh protests were, first of all, they were not charged with federal crimes. Usually, to your point, Tom, as you know, it's a $50 fine. You're protesting, you're in a building where you're not supposed to be, you're doing things you're not supposed to be. So they were all basically let go. What happened in this case is the DOJ.
Was AOC charged with federal crimes for trying to obstruct the Supreme Court a few months ago?
I'm going to say no, and nor was she charged when she stormed Nancy Pelosi's office with the Sunrise Movement, took over her office, brought protesters inside Nancy Pelosi's office, and stood on a desk, which is photographed. And Nancy Pelosi
Are you trying to
endorsed
compare
that.
this to January 6th right now? Like,
Yes.
are you guys
Yes,
serious?
Harry, we are.
Come on.
Exactly.
Be real right now, guys. If you
Exactly, Harry.
objectively look at people protesting a Supreme Court nomination, and then
Yes.
January
They were violent, Harry. You weren't there. How old were you, Harry, when the violence took place?
Sorry, Harry, I'll let you finish your point and ask the question for Julie. Go ahead.
Basically, what I'm saying is, can you tell me objectively, and I think that anybody who's looking at this logically and objectively will see that protesting Brett Kavanaugh's nomination and raiding the Capitol building, breaking windows to get in, destroying property, calling for the death of Mike Pence and others, among others.
Who called for the death of Mike Pence?
Yeah, who
specifically called for the death of Mike Pence?
They're doing a sit-in. They're doing a sit-in, folks.
No,
they're not,
who
they're not
specifically
specifically
called? You don't know what you're talking about, Harry.
Millions of dollars of damage, folks.
You're just making stuff up now.
Look, and what the problem with the right is on January 6th is they will do everything they can up until 2024 to try to scrub Donald Trump's record clean and the Republicans' record clean on January 6th. They're doing it right now. They're trying to compare a sit-in to people breaking into the Capitol.
There was no sit-in. There wasn't a sit-in.
So guys, I'll let Julie will, everyone, just for everyone, Julie will, I'm sure Julie will.
Mark, can I ask a question to Julie? Can I just ask her a question?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hey,
So Harry, okay, go ahead.
So Julie, I asked this to Tom, and I would like to ask you to you. Outside of DC, were there other protests against January 6th? Outside of DC, were there pro-Trump supporters protesting the certification of Joe Biden as president of the United States?
Why don't you just be honest and ask her directly what your issue is, as opposed to playing the game?
Like this Socratic method.
I mean, this is
because her framing of the conversation and everybody's framing, you're saying the Biden regime. No.
Guys, I think let's I understand where you're coming from, Tom and Ian, but yeah, no, that was me. Also, I'll let you, because I know Justin asked a few questions. I'll let you ask the question. I know it's a leading question, and then get to the
So it is a leading question because it's important, because nobody's talking about this. In January 6th, there was protests across America against the certification of Joe Biden. Across America, not a single one of them got charged. The only people who got charged were those who broke into the Capitol. So this notion, this idea that somehow this is a political witch hunt. If it was a political regime trying to maintain power over everybody, then the logical thing is everybody who protested in January 6th across America would be charged. There was only a group of people who were charged.
What he just said is patently false. A lot of people were charged who didn't break into the Capitol, and I can actually redirect this back to the whole point of the conversation.
Outside of DC. Now, tell me outside of DC. How many people, Brandon, were charged outside of DC, outside of the protests in the Capitol? How many people were charged in California, Texas, Illinois,
I would
Nevada,
rather talk about the people
Michigan,
who were.
Ohio,
I would rather talk about the people who were charged outside of the building, like myself, people who didn't even enter the Capitol on January 6th. And I'd also like to talk about what the footage on Tucker tonight showed so clearly, which was the fact that there was overwhelmingly the people who went inside the building were completely peaceful, we're completely calm, we're not doing anything violent, we're not doing anything destructive. And what's really bothering me about this conversation, and nobody seems to be pointing out, is that what was exposed tonight was that, yes, like nobody's arguing with you, that nobody thinks that you're crazy, that you saw videos of people breaking windows. We've all seen videos of people breaking windows. We've seen videos of people struggling with police officers and scaling walls. But the problem here is that every person that the government went after and every person that the DOJ decided to charge and destroy their lives has been labeled a terrorist and an insurrectionist. And people have automatically assumed that if you were charged with the DOJ, it was because you were somehow involved in a violent riot or an insurrection. And now this clearly proves that that wasn't the case whatsoever. And what bothers me so much is that the government has sat on the same government that's been telling us for 2 years that what happened on January 6th was akin to Pearl Harbor and 9/11 and some of the most egregious acts of terrorism in history. They knew all the while that this footage existed and all these things existed that showed that the majority of people who they charged and dragged through this calmly and peacefully either walked through open doors or, in my case, stood outside with an iPhone in my hands and shot a video. But they didn't make any attempt whatsoever to go out publicly and say, look, okay, some people broke windows and some people did some terrible things, and these are the people we really need to go after. And you know what? Some other people broke the law too. They walked through open doors and they were trespassing, but those people don't deserve to be called terrorists. Those people don't deserve to be called insurrectionists. I was placed on a terrorism list. So was Derek down here. And
Brandon, can I ask you, like the law that was broken for people who breached the Capitol, to me, is obstructing congressional and federal administrative proceedings. What were you charged with?
I was charged with 2 felonies and a misdemeanor. So, to the best of my knowledge, I am the only person who was charged on January 6th with a felony of occupying restricted grounds.
But you're on
outside of the
federal property. That's why it's a felony.
federal
But what?
property.
No,
No,
really,
you,
is that
no,
why
you asked me a question.
charged?
You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Go ahead, Brendan. Let me answer the question.
Okay, you asked me a question. So, Mike, what I'm saying to you is that the majority of people who went inside the Capitol, and frankly, I don't give a damn if they broke in through a window or crawled through a broken window or walked in through an open door. Almost every single one of them or all of them have been charged with misdemeanor charges of occupying a restricted building. I was charged with a felony of occupying restricted grounds outside of the building. So that was one of my felonies. I was also charged with a felony of impeding an officer in the line of duty, which I thought was really confusing because I said to my lawyer, there were no police officers on the east side grounds where I was. There were no officers. And my lawyer says, well, actually, in your video that you were shooting, there's a moment where 35 feet away from you, somebody, one police officer materializes in the open doors of the Capitol, which I was shooting, standing outside shooting the open doors. And when he gets there, when he gets to the open doors, somebody grabs his plastic shield out of his hand, and mind you, returned it to him 6 seconds later, literally 6 seconds later, returned his plastic shield. But several people in the crowd became agitated, making noise. And because I was a part of the crowd, they said, well, you were a part of this crowd that was disorderly, that was disruptive. And so we're charging you with a felony of impeding an officer because somebody else took a shield 35 feet away from you and you were in the crowd supposedly encouraging this officer. And then they charged me with a misdemeanor of disorderly conduct with an intent to disrupt a hearing before Congress, although I, of my own volition, turned around and didn't go inside the building.
Hey, by the way, Brandon, you were on the
charged
Supreme
with
Court.
impeding law enforcement officer. Were you charged with anything to do with the actual congression? What was happening in Congress?
No, I was threatened with a third felony of obstruction of Congress, but I ended up taking a plea deal before we got to that point.
So I
took a plea deal because I was potentially facing 3 felonies and a misdemeanor for standing outside of the building for 8 minutes.
So Brandon, I got a question. You were on the Supreme Court side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so on that side, there was video that's been out for some time. I mean, man, I know every nook and cranny of that freaking Capitol building. I spent 8 years there. I'm watching the videos tonight. There was no freaking insurrection. There were absolutely some people who, committed vandalism, and they should have been charged for it. But I got to tell you, Brandon, you were a political target because of what you've done to, in your political efforts leading up to that point. The reason I say that is there's video right below the stairs where you typically see a picture of Congressman walking up a big flight of stairs to go into the Capitol. Right below that is an area that was designed actually for horse and buggies to drop people off underneath those steps in the Capitol. Right in that area, there was a video that showed people who were supposedly protesters talking to a handful of USCP officers, asking them, why are you guys not stopping this? Why are you guys doing nothing? In other words, it was all peaceful people on that side. You were a total political target because everything that I've learned since then, there was nothing going on that side. The pictures that people see of USCP, by the way, instigating some violence themselves, and I love USCP officers, so don't get me wrong, Chris. I've got many of them that are friends, and I think one of the worst tragedies of this whole thing is USCP is down in people's opinion because it's been an excellent organization with all the challenges that it has. I have many friends there and I love them to this day, and we talk when I go back. But on the west side, where officers were shooting tear gas into crowds, with no instigation at all. And then that stirred things up. Listen, what we saw tonight on Tucker Carlson proves without a shadow of a doubt that there was absolutely no insurrection taking place. And Joa, just to slightly go back against you, listen, you don't have federal restricted grounds. Like, you know, if there's a certain circumstance and if someone's been ordered to do something or whatever, it's discretionary. It's not a
Jim,
federal
he
crime.
he impeded a federal officer.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Are you saying Brandon did? Hold on. Are you saying Brandon did?
35 feet away from an officer. How is that impeding anything?
Yeah, that is absolutely.
Brandon just said that.
Joa.
Are you not listening to what he said?
I said I was charged with that.
Yeah.
You said you held the shield. You stopped him because of the shield.
No, that's not what I said.
What the hell, Joa? Check it here.
Hey, Joa, on that side of the Capitol, there was absolutely nothing.
Guys, sorry, if you could just keep less personal attacks and continue, Jim.
Yeah, on that side of the Capitol, there was absolutely nothing going on the outside. Most of what happened was on the west side. There were some on the north and south sides as well too. That's where some of the windows were broken in. But what happened on the west side, and when you started seeing people encroach the Capitol on that side, we already had video evidence of that. That the shooting of tear gas into the crowd because USCP seemed to feel threatened, and they were overwhelmed. I mean, there was a lot of people over there, but to shoot tear gas into that crowd instigated something, and you saw people moving at the Capitol after that took place. Listen, there's a lot of blame to go around in certain things, but there was zero insurrection taking place. And the charges that Donald Trump...
But Jim, I'm sorry, listen, but the point here is that the damage is done. And I think that this is great that this footage is coming out, and maybe 2% of the people listening on this call tonight or across the country might begin the process of changing their minds. I can't get the last 2 years of my life back. I don't think Derek can get the last 2 years of his life back. And also, you guys, do you understand that they've taken all of us that were accused and charged and put us on a public registry, like a sex offender registry? Google my name right now. The first search result that you're going to find is a dossier compiled against me by the government and every other J6er. And it doesn't just include what we were convicted of. It doesn't say Brandon Straka was convicted of misdemeanor disorderly conduct, which was the plea deal that I took. It lists every single thing that they charged me with and then dropped those charges. So it says Brandon Straka charged with felony impeding an officer, Brandon Straka charged with felony occupying restricted grounds. It's horrible. And then we've seen demonstrated right here in this call. You've got people with a low aptitude and capacity to be able to retain information who hear these things and then all of a sudden make a complete judgment about somebody's character. And let me tell you, when you have multiple felonies being leveled at you at the most high-profile crime case in American history that's being talked about, nobody's coming to your defense. The right-wing media goes silent. Republicans go silent. Of course, everybody's taking plea deals. So I think it's wonderful that this footage is coming out. But guess what? I already pled guilty to a misdemeanor, and I already have had all of these charges leveled against me. So there will be no exoneration for me. There'll be no.
And by the way, Brandon, you're going through.
Harry, shut up, Harry.
Hold on. Just I want to go to All Source and again, guys, no personal attacks. All Source and Harry, I saw you on mute as well. And Chris, I've got a question for you.
Well, Harry,
before asking my question to Chris,
somebody else soon. So no, what I mean,
so All Source, the question to you is, go ahead.
No, they ask like I kind of joked earlier. Like I agree. Like, welcome to the federal government. Of course, they're gonna there's a reason why over 90% of federal charges get either a guilty or a plea deal. Yeah. Yes. 100. Yes. Agreed. That's how the federal government works. Rudy Giuliani actually took that to the extremes when he was a district attorney for the Southern District of New York. That's how the federal government works. Right?
So is that right or is that wrong?
What happens, Brandon, and I agree with you. I think it's bullshit what happened to you. I don't disagree with you. But that's how. But hold on, Joe. But what people need to understand is the government, after this occurred, is going to take a very hard stand. That's how the government has always worked and will always work.
All Source does that hard
when you look
stance.
at the materials, look at Antifa. Look at Trump under Antifa. Look at Trump under Antifa.
But when you look at the materials of the Justice Department,
this is how people do it. It's when it affects me, it's bullshit. When it affects
Wait, all source. Hang on, 1 second, guys. One second.
Look at the materials that the Justice
Justin,
Department.
So hold on.
Okay, look, guys. Here's the deal. Look, we're talking about, one thing is Antifa and Trump coming down hard on those guys. Another thing is people lying. Like, here's another clip, guys, that just came out tonight. And
Do
this
not
one,
tell. Oh, come on, Justin.
What?
Do not. No. Do not. No. Do not tell me.
So censor the clip, Justin.
You know what? Hold on.
Do not tell me for a second.
Guys, just
do not tell me.
He's gonna play the
second.
clip. Don't
do
worry.
not tell me
Go
for
ahead.
a
Also,
second. Do not tell me, Justin, that nobody, not a single administration, uses the power of the Justice Department to push policy decisions and political decisions to send a message. Every
Not to
political
this
administration
extent.
lies, and you're talking to somebody.
You're right.
By the way,
Democrats do it all the time. Republicans.
You're talking to somebody. You're talking to somebody who has tracked extensively how people are targeted. Especially, let's go into this conversation of illegal immigration, cartel. I track this extensively. It is used by every single administration. So if you want to bitch about it, do not bitch about it only when it impacts you. Bitch about it in general.
Did you follow?
Citizen.
Did you follow the Whitmer
Justin-
Fednapping hoax? Anybody here? Did you understand what happened there, which was happening at the same time that we know federal informants were run into groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers? This coincided with the Whitmer Fednapping hoax. The same thing. Did you follow that?
Yeah, and here's the other thing, guys. Look, play this clip. No, also,
did you want to respond to this? Yes. Also, did you want to respond to this before Justin plays the clip?
No. I mean, again, like you're like Julie. I get it. Yeah. No, I understand. Federal informants. Like, let me put it this way. Just to kind of like just go a little bit deeper. We had there's public reporting of federal informants encouraging known cartel members, cartel bosses to do action so they can get them and arrest them and then their families. Like, again, welcome to the federal government. This is how things operate at the federal government.
That it's wrong.
It always happens. Of course, it's going to happen against the Proud Boys. Of course, it's going to happen in Antifa. It happens with left-wing eco groups that everybody here calls eco terrorists. It happens with BLMs. It happens with everybody. So if you want to change that, change it in general.
Yeah,
but
look,
don't bring it
also,
up just because it
the
affects your
difference
people.
is this wasn't just the Justice Department. This was Nancy Pelosi and the House Democrats making political hay. I can't remember the equivalent of using a faked death of a police officer, creating a memorial that my old boss, Mitt Romney, bowed to in the middle of the Capitol. It makes me nauseated because this guy had a life. Let me play this clip, 1 minute long. This is the other part of the video that just makes me sick. These lies right here.
And several police officers in the meantime.
But Brian Sicknick should not be reduced to a prop for the political ambitions of the Democratic Party. He was a human being. The facts of his life matter, including how he died. To this day, media accounts describe Sicknick as someone who was, quote, slain on January 6th. The video we reviewed proves that is a lie. Here is surveillance footage of Sicknick walking in the Capitol after he was supposedly murdered by the mob outside. By all appearances, Sicknick is healthy and vigorous. He's wearing a helmet, so it's hard to imagine he was killed by a head injury. Whatever happened to Brian Sicknick was very obviously not the result of violence he suffered at the entrance to the Capitol. This tape overturns the single most powerful and politically useful lie the Democrats have told us about January 6th. And it was indeed a lie. The January 6th committee knew perfectly well that Brian Sicknick was walking normally through the Capitol.
So there you have it. That was just a short excerpt there. But imagine, I mean, they used him as a political prop. And is context, Mario, you need some context there?
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So just hold on, Jim. Just to understand that video,
there's
if you don't
something real
mind.
important there. In that video,
Jim, go ahead.
They made the point. Tucker Carlson made the point on that video that the Democrat committee had bookmarked the video at that point. In other words, he makes the point. They absolutely looked at that video that he showed, which clearly showed Brian Sicknick in quite good health after the time when he was supposedly harmed.
Yeah, and that's not the
And Jim,
DOJ.
that
That is
drives home the
Nancy
point.
Pelosi, the
That
Democrats.
drives home the
Okay,
point
Derek, go
that
ahead.
they don't care whose lives they ruin as long as they can get to President Trump. That's all they care about. They don't care if people
so
sit in prison for this. They don't care if people commit suicide from this. They don't care if people's lives are ruined for forever as long as they can get to President Trump.
So
the last
You
thing I want
breached
to
the Capitol. You breached the Capitol.
Okay, Joa and Derek. I think Derek, Joa, guys, Derek and Joa. Just sorry, Derek and Joa. I'll let you because I just want to go back to the video just to understand it a bit more, if you don't mind, and I will continue the discussion. But Justin,
so Mario,
so the video timestamp, the video, and also so I'll let you go as well. But just quickly, the video timestamp is so he was meant to be what by that time? So what were the initial allegations?
Julie, maybe you can explain the Sicknick story just briefly there.
I'm happy to. Yes, I'm happy to. So the New York Times on January 8th, 2021, published a lie, an anonymously sourced account that Brian Sicknick died as a result of an attack by Trump supporters using a fire extinguisher. They had to retract that story after Brian Sicknick's death, untimely death, was exploited by House Democrats, and they retracted that story. Then they pivoted to, well, he died as a result of an allergic reaction to bear spray, which was not bear spray, then it was pepper spray. Then in April of 2021, the DC coroner published a delayed report that said he died of natural causes, which was a stroke. Body cam footage that has just recently been released showed how DC Metro police officers were dousing the crowd outside with pepper spray, including a canister that was misfired that was the contents blew towards where Brian Sicknick was, and it disabled dozens of police officers. Was Brian Sicknick one of them? Possibly. But the whole idea that Brian Sicknick was killed as a result of January 6th is a lie. It is an animated lie. Anyone who defends it has a real problem because this poor
So
man
Julie,
died
to go back to the story, just before we get to the conclusion, Joa, if you can, in the meantime, look at and I know you're pretty good at researching things quickly. Just look at that New York Times article. What I'm curious about, Julie, is when that story came out, and then they pivoted to different bear spray and pepper spray, and then we had the coroner come out with the natural
Mario, I have the
causes.
story of how he died from the medical coroner.
Okay, go ahead.
I
Also,
can read
yeah,
it
go ahead.
verbatim.
No,
yeah, please,
we all
please.
have
So
it.
the medical coroner.
Go ahead, Joe.
The medical coroner said, and I'll quote it, and says, the formal finding was that the death was caused by a, quote, acute brainstem and cerebral infrax due to acute basilar artery thrombosis, and that the matter of death was natural. In other words, and that's where they kind of said with the stroke, but basically that's the reasoning for his death. That was from the coroner. It was natural causes because of a brainstem.
So when he says,
I would have to highlight.
Okay, go ahead,
I would have to highlight what, Julie, I have a question for you. Was the officer hit in the head with the fire extinguisher? Is that the officer who died?
No, he was not hit with a fire
There was no officer hit with a fire extinguisher.
No, they retracted the story.
We had the video of a police officer getting hit in the head with the fire extinguisher. There's videos of that.
No, you
Which was whom? What officer?
I will share it. No, I'm just so that officer died because of a stroke, but there was to suggest that officers were not attacked. I mean, I don't think that's what
you're saying.
And I'm not going to let you change the
Okay,
subject.
so yeah, Julie, I get you. I'm gonna kind of make your point. Sorry, I muted everyone. But the point you're making, Julie, is that yes, another officer might have been hit with the head with the fire extinguisher, but he is not Sicknick, and merging the two stories is not a fact. Is that the point you wanted to make, Julie?
No,
yes,
I don't think that's right, Mario. I think from what it is, unless there's somebody else, the claim was that Sicknick was actually hit with a fire extinguisher, and then that was debunked later.
Yeah, so we got that one, and then also, yeah. So the video today, I got that one. So today's video, what does it show that we don't know? Because we know the New York Times retracted the video.
Presumed, Mario was presumed that he was dead after he got hit by whatever he got hit by, right?
And what time it was presumed?
Guys.
Okay,
the video today shows that Sicknick still had his helmet on. He was after the time that he was supposedly attacked. He was walking around in above the crypt area, in that area right in the middle, in the middle of the Capitol, that is where most of the visitors go to start their Capitol, or one of the places they go to start their Capitol tours. He was walking around showing people where to leave the Capitol. He was putting a sign behind a couple columns that was there, and directing people. To my knowledge, unless something
Jim,
happened to
just
him after that, he was not harmed at all.
Okay, so that's what I want to understand. I'm trying to understand whether. Okay, so I'll tell you what conclusion I'm trying to come to. Just to kind of finish it off.
Something
The
here
video,
quickly, Mario.
if it's about the exact video and the timestamps, I want to get this video over and done with,
what's
please.
important about it is they had immediate access to this video, and there was a period of time that they allowed this lie to fester. And when they had access to the video, remember, the official autopsy wasn't released until April. So there was months where they had access to the truth about what happened, but they let it be out there and circulate this big lie about the circumstances of his death. And Judicial Watch found that once they did release the autopsy, the media started pressuring the medical examiner's office
Right.
to justify his decision that he had died from natural causes the day
And to
after.
put a more fine point on it, the entire display of his ashes being placed in the Capitol Rotunda was an absolute farce, and it is a disgrace to Sicknick.
Okay, so we're moving. Okay,
well.
so we've moved past the video. We've moved past
that. This was.
Okay, we've moved past the video. The timestamp of the video, Justin, I think you were answering that question. What's the time?
No,
Just want to
the
conclude this.
timestamp of the video is hours after the supposed incident happened. And what happened, Mario, the next week is that a memorial and his ashes lay in repose in the Capitol, and the elected officials went into the Capitol, pay their respects. Mitt Romney and others kneeled before this memorial to pay homage to this officer who, it was thought across the news and still to this day, died from the direct actions of the mob. This was
understand. So
basically
his
their
death was used.
linchpin.
I understand. His death was used, and I understand that one. Doesn't surprise me too much. We see that, I'm not saying it's right. It's fucking horrible, but it happens a lot. But the fact that the video was.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. It does not happen
He takes a club to the head.
In American politics. It happens in third world politics.
Wait a second. Who took Who took a blow to the head?
He took a blow to the head. I have the video right here. I can put it in the nest.
Brian Sicknick took no blow to the head.
Yes, he did. I have it on video right here.
Okay,
I can share it with you.
if you can, yeah, so we can check the video and conclude. So if you can pin it above Joa and also pin it or tweet it on your account. Let me go to your account, Joa. So Julie, okay, we can debunk it here live.
While
So
you're doing
I'm gonna go to.
Please make a quick comment, like super fast.
Yeah, sure, man. Go ahead.
I
Derek?
just
Yeah, go
want
ahead.
to say for everybody in the audience who's wanting to know, partly about Brandon's story of filming and what it was like on the east side of the building. I have a video pinned to the top of my Twitter feed right now of me entering the east doors, thanking a police officer for his service, receiving a fist bump from him, and walking out. And so anybody in the audience who wants to watch that and think that I deserve 24 years in prison for doing that, I'm sorry, but you're crazy. And the last thing I'll say, and I'll shut up for another 10, 20 minutes, however long, is I know Harry doesn't really care what President Trump thinks about January 6th, but as someone who was there and went to prison for this, I don't care what a beta male thinks about this either. So there's that.
Okay.
Yeah, and you entered. But you entered federal property. You're trying to say that, oh, I'm innocent, guys. You feel bad for me. I entered federal property. I broke the law unknowingly. Feel bad for me.
Oh, come on. There is no law.
Are you okay?
All the sadness. Please don't give me the pity.
All right, guys. So guys. So Derek, that's why the personal attacks is trigger debates like this. So Joa, did you pin the video above? Because I can't see it, or you didn't. I don't see it on your account either. Joa, are you there?
You have me muted. I'm trying to pull the video.
I just hope the audience is listening to the way the left is approaching.
Exactly right. And Mario, you keep bringing up personal attacks.
Yeah, but I'm not finished my point.
You keep saying
This
that.
casual,
Hold on, guys. Oh my! Sorry, Brandon, you're making a point. I'd love you to make that point if you don't mind. And then Joe, I want to see that video, please.
Yeah, sorry,
ahead,
Tom. I thought you were finished, but really quickly, all I was saying is, Mario, you keep talking about personal attacks. It's a personal attack to call me a criminal. It's a personal attack to call Derek a criminal. So pardon us if we feel extremely offended when people are sitting here trying to pretend like, oh, you walked through open doors on federal property. Oh my God, like, give me a fucking break. I mean, you're acting like we're domestic terrorists. for standing on federal grounds. That's a personal attack.
Yeah, there is no law against going on federal property. Period.
I think we all agree that one thing we agree on.
That point, and that's
I know. No, I think Harry made that point, but I understand. Look, I think we all agree things that happen. There's some things that happen there that were wrong. All of us agree on this, but there's also it was leveraged to the Democrats' advantage to kind of reach a certain agenda. I think some of us agree with this. Now we kind of lean on different sides of how extreme. All sorts. You're saying that this is relatively common, and no one should be surprised. And then obviously Julie is saying that no, this is not common, and what will happen on January 6th is
Mario,
no explanation for it. But I want to go to before you do, Jim. I want to finish. I understand, Joe. I want to see that video because I think it's important. I want to just debunk that video, or if it's true, I want to understand.
Yeah,
Mario, let me make this point. I got to make this point. All sorts.
Can you make it?
Please,
Jim, I'll let you make the point. I will let you make the point among all the other points you're going to be making. Can I finish with that video, Joe? Did you finally? Because if you're not going to pin it now, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, it's not coming up on the thing. I have it.
Just DM it to me. Just DM it. Just Julie. Julie, understand. All right, so we'll go to Jim. I don't know where Jim is. Tom, jump in.
The concern I have is that all sorts makes a fair point about the federal government not being a fair, doesn't play fair ball in prosecutions. But there's nothing comparable in terms of the mass political prosecutions, in terms of the sheer volume and resources being applied in this case. And unfortunately, the political left has taken it as a maxim that everyone involved in January 6th, anyone who questions the elections is a terrorist or supporter of insurrection and terrorism. And certainly Joe Biden has implemented as such in his various speeches as well. So never before has government used in such a direct way to target the political opponents of a sitting president. It just hasn't happened before in modern history. And I don't think there's anything comparable certainly prior to modern history, other than the Alien and Sedition Acts, perhaps. And so this is a dangerous time for our republic. And we're here. Let me finish. And we're hearing even on these spaces this sort of casual joking or this casual desire to jail one's political opponents over modest infractions. It's really disturbing. This is why this country is being ripped apart, because there's one side who thinks they should be able to jail their political opponents if they disagree with them on an election dispute.
That's an absolute joke, Tom.
So Joe, let me, if I may,
look,
let me put it this way. Let me. I didn't do it, but let me just put it this way. I didn't do it. I mute. But Tom, again, that's why I go back to the question of so I understand the concern you have about political opponents, and that's why I try to hone in specifically. Now you can comparison of politics. My counter argument to that, it's called the drug war. Guys, this happens all the time, and we all remember. I remember.
Look at the Justice Department filings in these cases. You will see all sorts of anti-Trump political rhetoric and the election denier smear that just doesn't exist in these other types of prosecutions. Julie's examined all of this pretty closely. It's extraordinary. You're seeing DNC talking points in these Justice Department materials attacking the defendants for having First Amendment protected political views on election disputes and suggesting the courts take that into account in sentencing.
Because it goes
incredible.
To motive,
I've never seen anything like it. And I've been doing this longer than some of the spaces that participants have been alive.
Of course the Justice Department is going to do that. Of course the Justice Department.
No, it's not of course. It just hasn't happened before.
But
it hasn't happened before.
In those other cases, they don't hire Hollywood producers. They don't hire Hollywood producers in other cases to drum up all this stuff and try to come after people. They hired Hollywood producers to broadcast this. They don't do that in these other cases you're talking about.
I'm
Tom,
like,
you're saying that it's only used by the.
Tom's question. Has this happened in the past in terms of previous cases using political affiliations in terms of judgments?
No.
I mean,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
okay, but hold on.
Wait, can I just quickly say something?
Let me answer this point that I think is very important. Why is the Justice Department in their filings? We can agree or disagree with it. I'm not trying to get at that. But why is the Justice Department using this as a motive to start charging people? Right? Because it goes political. Into the motive. They're using that as a motive. I'm not arguing for or against it. Just the logic. Obviously, the Justice Department and the prosecution needs a motive to charge, right? Because if not, then the sense of criminality is not as important. So the motive is the denial of the election caused people to storm the Capitol, whatever.
That isn't what they say. Come on, I mean, that's a good college try, but that's not what's happening.
But Tom, what you're saying is not what's happening. Let me speak real quick because
Julie's read these briefs.
Here's the problem
about.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So Joe, I'll let you respond and then go to Julie. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's happening is the right is accusing the left of politicizing the Justice Department, but they have weapons on one side, but not the other. Trump on his own Twitter said, lock up Hillary Clinton. He said, lock up Huma Abedin as well for something his own daughter also did while he was in office.
Nice try. Nice try.
It's not a nice try. He said, what do you mean nice try? It's right there.
Joe, 1 second. Is that the same though? That's someone making a statement on Twitter or publicly, but is that the same as within the judiciary, within the legal systems, a political affiliation having an impact? Do you think it's the same?
How is it not the same? They're saying that they're influencing the Justice Department. He said, let's go FBI and Justice Department. Let's get Hillary for rigging the primary.
The Justice Department targeted Trump instead. That didn't work out that well.
Nobody.
I mean, there were no charges, and there's a big difference between the Justice Department putting this material into filings and courts demanding and lawyers suggesting that participants in the January 6th demonstrations renounce Trump in order to get a sentence reduced. I have never seen this is not third world. It's worse than third world because they don't pretend to follow the rules. Here,
because on one side they actually broke the law.
We're supposed to follow the rules.
They actually broke the law.
And we're making a mockery of our own system in a way that I hope we can recover.
Tom, but they do this all the time. Like you're making an example just solely on the Trump. Like, let me put
there's
it this
nothing
way.
like this in terms of the politicization of the Justice Department.
Tom, it's protected speech. It is. I did not mute. It is protected speech to say, for example, ISIS is the greatest thing in the world. ISIS, the caliphate, is the greatest. Abu Baghdadi is the caliph of all Muslims.
Well, there you go.
Speech. No, hold on.
You go.
So that is protected speech. So what did the FBI do? What has the FBI done? The FBI finds these people and then they egg them on. And then they say, hey, I understand you like this. Hey, by the way, do you want to buy a weapon from us to commit a terrorist attack? Oh, you do want to buy us a weapon? So let's get you with one of our other agents who's quote unquote a weapon dealer. And then we're going to give you weapons. Again, you're making an example of January 6th because I'm going to motive. I'm not justifying it, but I'm going to motive. The motivation of somebody can be protected speech, but they use it to determine motive to then pin you on the crime. And if the crime in this case of January 6th is trespassing or whatever, there has to be a motive for it.
But that isn't, but you know, that's a presumption you're making as to the purpose of it. That isn't the context. Julie.
So first of all, I'm a little worried about Joa that he still 26 months later can't get over what happened for 4 hours. I'm a little concerned that
you're the one investigating it still. What are you talking about? I can't get over it.
Joa, I have a question for you. How many court hearings and proceedings and motions related to January 6th have you actually listened to and covered?
Sorry, my headphones unplugged real quick. Can you repeat that?
I sure will. How many court proceedings, motions, hearings, filings, etc., hearing what the government is doing, hearing what the judges are allowing as evidence, including memes that are mean about Nancy Pelosi, that a defendant such as Robert Reeder, who pleaded guilty to parading, and they went through his social media account and used memes about Nancy Pelosi he posted months before January 6th. How much of that have you actually covered?
Julie, how many other cases have you covered? Because that is quite normal. That is quite normal. Why don't you answer?
Julie,
quite
how about
normal.
Julie, reference what all source said. It's called motive, right? When they're submitting things in the court like this, like memes and shit like that. What all
I'm
source
waiting
talks
for
about
Joa. I'm waiting for Joa, who is so
Julie.
So, Harry, I'll let you ask the question to Julie, and Julie, I'll let you answer it. Just everyone, please. Go ahead, Harry. I'll let you finish your
I
question.
just want to say quickly, I would maybe all source wants to speak to this, but reference what all source said earlier. Motive. What they're doing by submitting these things
Mario,
in
you sound
court,
so tired.
evidence,
Why is that?
called motive.
I'm working with the background, getting the video for Joa. So the video that he was referring to in the article.
I sent you the video.
Yeah, I've got it, Joe. I'm gonna get it downloaded and put the link so everyone could check it. And then I haven't looked at it. I haven't read anything. I haven't read anything about it. But let everyone look at it, debunk it on the space if it's not accurate.
Okay, so there's
go ahead, Julie. I'll let you respond.
There's no video of Brian Sicknick being attacked with a fire extinguisher. I'm asking Joa, who is
I didn't say fire extinguisher.
He was not hit in the head with anything.
You know, there
I
is
watched
plenty
all
of
the body
footage of
cam
Capitol
footage.
Police murdering people. There's plenty of footage of
Wait a
Capitol Police
second.
murdering Trump
Whoa.
supporters.
I'm asking Joa, who is so traumatized about the events of January 6th, how much time he's invested in actually attending trials, covering the hearings, looking at court motions, and seeing what the government is doing. I'm asking him, because he is so traumatized, how much reporting.
I'm not the one traumatized. You're the one still on it, not me. Like I looked at some of the cases. I didn't look at all of them. Of course, why would I?
Which case?
What I've seen
Please
is
tell me
completely
one
normal.
case.
Like you're calling
Joa,
out
case that
memes.
you're an expert
Hold on. You're
Please tell me
calling out
one case.
you're calling out memes, which shows motive. This is completely normal.
The
You guys
motive
are
of
trying.
what? Of
You guys are.
parading
You
in the
guys are.
Capitol?
You guys
Joa,
are trying to
the
set up a thing as if this is not normal. The sentencing is also normal.
The majority of charges, the overwhelming majority of charges, which have resulted in plea deals, is a low-level misdemeanor called parading in the Capitol. Are you really that upset about people parading in the Capitol? Name one defendant that you have covered extensively, that you know the case, that you followed, that you can tell me exactly what the charges are, what the government is claiming, why you are so upset about this. Name one.
But who said I'm upset? What I'm saying is the narrative. Julie, you're trying to frame this argument in a way that shows how ingenuous you are. You have tried to politicize. Right?
One side the government has. Go ahead.
Families don't deserve to get arrested.
Cannot answer a direct question. You have no idea. You are ignorant. You have no idea. You can't even tell me one case that upsets you so much that you are here on this space disparaging innocent people who are charged with low-level misdemeanors whose lives have been destroyed.
Julie, this is what you're trying to do. This is what you're trying to do, okay? All source just mentioned in Capitol building that they shouldn't be walking into, that probably shouldn't be charged, but they were. That shit happens. Period.
Okay, tell me what one case that upsets you so much
That shit happens. Yeah, well, what a great point. You know, murders happen, rapes happen. Tell them all this shit happen. But you know, bad things happen, so let's just get over it, guys.
One case that
Brandon, I'll let you jump in. Okay, I don't know who muted everyone. It wasn't muted for the first time. Sorry, Julie. I know Julie and Joe are you going back and forth on this. Brandon, I thought you'd jump in. I'd love you to do so.
Yeah, and Julie, I'm not going to change the subject. You can pick right back up. I guess my question is like, how do you have it both ways, Joa? You're sitting here like we've heard you. We've all heard you say at least 15 times, they breached the Capitol. They breached the Capitol. They breached the Capitol. And then in the same breath, you turn around and say, the government does this all the time. Family members of, maybe some of the wrong people get arrested. Some of the wrong. Well, if you know that some of the wrong people get arrested, why are you sitting here right now clutching your pearls about the fact that, oh, somebody got arrested for breaching the Capitol? You're sitting here telling us right now that you know the government does this all the time. They arrest innocent people all the time. You're not giving anyone the benefit of the doubt with January 6th. You're not saying,
Brando,
well, maybe that person didn't break the law.
If you didn't impede a federal officer, you don't deserve what you got. Point blank. I don't think you do. I'm not talking about everyone. I never said everyone. I'm saying there are people that shouldn't have been in the building. For example, on Derek's case, for example, he had on full riot gear. You're going to tell me he didn't know he was doing something
I had
wrong?
on a helmet and a jacket. I had no riot gear.
Okay, it looked like riot gear from the tape.
No, that is ridiculous for you to say something that is so dumb. And for the record,
You have on a riot helmet.
So you know, no, I did not. It was a 1970 motorcycle helmet that I grabbed out of my garage at the last minute because Antifa was attacking people all over the country during the Summer of Love leading up to that. And for the record, we declared that area Chaz before we stormed the Capitol. So therefore, it was our own country, and it was perfectly fine to do so.
My God, what a dumb argument. Oh, my God. It's just brain numbing.
We don't care what Beta Mel Soy Boys have to say.
It's brain numbing, folks. It's just brain numbing. It's brain numbing.
You know what's really brain numbing? How Democrats burn America to the ground.
Mario, I feel like we're all talking in circles.
Yeah. So just quickly, I've sent guys, I've sent through the video to everyone just because I can't download it, but I've sent you through the link. If you can have a look at it, Ian, I'm just going to send you on WhatsApp as well. The one that Joe is referring to, just we kind of close this topic. So if you could have a look at it, regarding Brian Siddick's
we're all going to bed. Anyway.
Yeah. So while you look at that video, maybe we can go to Slayman, just give an update on what we found out today. I brought Jenny up as well. But what were the I know Ian as well, you can probably give us an overview, but since you're watching the video, Slayman, do you want to give the room a space, a quick update, and what Fox News' video show, what we know from these videos, and then if anyone else wants to add final thoughts, probably could wrap it up in like 5,
I don't
6
think
hours.
I'm the best person because for quite a bit of it, I wasn't listening, so I don't want to like go over something you guys have already covered. But I mean, briefly speaking, I guess the issue is this, isn't it? Just from an overview perspective, I do apologize if you covered it already, but it seems like it's just another scenario where CCTV footage has been taken to basically frame an event in a certain manner and it's been politicized. And then, unfortunately, it's taken 3 years before people have seen the full context of that CCTV. And I think that's ridiculous. It doesn't matter what case you're in, what scenario you're in, which political party you're in. You never want that scenario to happen. So I'm not from the United States. I've seen there's been a lot of emotion, so I probably can't understand what you guys are going through. But from a critical point of view, someone who's not got any kind of investment in this, that's what I have a problem with. Like, why wasn't this footage released? There's people allegedly, and again, I'm hearing it from you guys because I'm not seeing this. There's people allegedly in prison who have not been through due process. That's problematic in itself, but then never mind the fact that the CCTV footage is not being used. And so from that perspective, I'm not fully understanding it. Now, I understand you can basically make the argument, guess what? And that's what I'm hearing here. It happens other places, but it doesn't matter if it happens. If wrong happens elsewhere, never justifies as wrong in another place. So, for example, we know throughout the world, incarceration happen without due process, and it's completely unacceptable. It doesn't matter which countries it's in. It doesn't matter what situation it is. Everyone deserves a trial and a fair due process. And when that doesn't happen, both in terms of due process and evidence, that seems problematic. So specifically about that point, I'm not understanding the argument from the other side. The only thing I'm hearing, unless I miss something, is, well, guess what? It happens anyway in other situations, so it's fine.
So I've actually done Slayman as well. I'm not sure if you've seen the video because you're in the WhatsApp group, but I've actually finally managed to not tweet it. I'm just going to retweet it. So if anyone wants to watch it, I've DM'd it to this panelist as well. I'm not sure if you had the chance to see it, but just for the audience, there's also
it's also important to read
just
here.
for the audience.
It's
So before you comment, you'll give us a summary quickly, Ian, and I've sent it to you, all source, and everyone else. It's pinned above, and I've retweeted it on my account temporarily. I'll delete it once we're done with the space because it's it's nothing to do with anything. But have a look at it, watch the video, and look at the article. Ian, what does the video show? What does the article say?
Well, it's not, you shouldn't just watch the video. You should actually read the whole article. So it shows there's multiple videos in there. One of them shows a person trying to attack police officers with a fire extinguisher. It's unclear if it actually hits anybody, but he is trying to use a fire extinguisher. I think that's where the narrative first started, that Brian Sicknick was killed, a fire extinguisher being hit on his head or something. There's nothing that actually shows that.
So do you think this video doesn't show as Brian Sicknick and Joe?
No, the police.
It does show the. It does show the. It does. It's kind of.
It creates a narrative, but the police and the coroners and everybody involved in it, they ruled that out. And the two individuals, I would say they're violent individuals, because one of them was armed with bear spray. He was spraying it in the direction of the police. There was another narrative on that day. And this is one that I actually boosted, because I actually have, I know some people in the DC Police Metro Police Department, right? So this is what they were told, and I repeated it. Unfortunately, it turned out to be false. They said that, bear spray or pepper spray played a role in his, his seizure, right? Because he had a stroke, essentially, which he died from. This is what was claimed.
Just quickly, India, come back, Joe. Just on the video, Joe, you said this is Brian Sicknick. What made you come to that conclusion from the video that we've just seen?
From all the other videos that are in that article as well. They follow his.
Take a while.
They follow him all the way. Now, I'm not saying that they killed. I'm not saying that they killed him.
It. I mean, the video doesn't show Sicknick being hit on the head with anything.
Correct.
He's hit on the head with a.
So anyone could just anyone could come to their. All right. So anyone could just come to their own conclusions watching the video, reading the article.
Well, the point is,
Brandon, Jenny, and
the police and the prosecutors came to the conclusion, even though they did play these videos in court, they did not prosecute either of those two individuals I just mentioned with his death, because it was ruled out. It was that's
100% correct, Mario. Nobody was charged for murdering the police officer. Nobody was charged for the death of Sicknick. That is a very important thing to highlight. Nobody was charged for it. The only thing they were charged is attacking the police officer, but not
considering
for his murder.
Considering they're trying to find every excuse to kind of make it into a big deal for political reasons. For the fact that no one was charged is important to note. Jenny, I'll let you jump in. Just brought you up, considering your experience. Would love your thoughts on the discussion. Of course, Brandon and Philip, you can give us your final thoughts as well.
Thank you, Mario. I appreciate it. I'm Jenny Cutt. I'm a January 6th defendant. And I went inside the Capitol for 19 minutes. I went through the West Terrace door, which was opened by the Capitol Police, and they were waving people in, and that's all on video. And I appreciate what you said, Suleiman, about the injustice, because yes, the January 6th defendants are not getting due process. There are currently over 83 that are being held pre-trial, some of them for over 2 years. And a lot of these guys have been charged with less things than I was charged with. I was charged with 4 misdemeanors and the 1512 felony for obstruction. And I wound up taking a plea deal for trespassing, and I was sentenced in March of last year, so a whole year ago. So I'm already off probation, everything. But I can tell you from personal experience that the only video that I ever had access to in discovery was the one of me walking through the West Terrace door. I never had any video of the other 19 minutes of me being inside. So these guys that are currently fighting for their lives and facing 20 to 40 years in prison do not have access to their own discovery because the prosecution refuses to give it to them. So to the point of this whole conversation, I'm super grateful that Tucker Carlson put out this information. Everything that he said tonight was not new information to myself, Brandon, Derek, Julie, Philip, any of the J6 people. We already knew all of this. We've already seen all of those videos. But for the general public that gets their information off of headlines and news clips, I think it's huge. And it's a huge win
for all of the over 1,000 January 6 defendants and their family members that have been prosecuted and persecuted by the federal government to the fullest extent of the law, and not just criminally, but also prosecuted by the media and prosecuted by local media, and to the things that Brandon talks about that I have also experienced, like being deep and being listed basically as the highest level of terrorists that's still allowed to fly.
And the court
All
of public
those different
opinion.
things have happened to every one of the January 6 defendants and to our family members, to people that weren't even there. So yes, it's an injustice issue, regardless of what you believe in politically. There are people that are literally being denied religious services. The January 6th political prisoners have only been able to have one religious service in over 2 years. One. And there's a reason why over 35 of the January 6th political prisoners signed a letter asking to be transferred to Guantanamo Bay, where they could actually receive medical treatment. Several of them have cancer and have been denied treatment. Several of them have celiac disease or kidney failure, whatever it is, cannot get access to medical treatment, do not have access to a legal library in order to construct their own defense. A lot of them are denied the right to have access to an attorney. There are political prisoners, and this is pre-trial, so these people have not had their day in court. They have not been convicted of anything, that have not been allowed to see their family members for over 2 years, even through video conferencing, right? And a lot of that has been under the COVID excuse, right? Which is starting to lift. But still, all of the basic rights that we have as Americans, or that we thought that we had as Americans, everything that's listed in the Constitution, stuff that countless men and women, servicemen and women, have died for our country and for other countries to have, has been denied of January 6 defendants. So you cannot tell me that this is not political, because I have experienced it personally. Several of the rest of us have experienced it. God bless Julie Kelly and the work that she has done. If you think that you are an actual journalist or somebody that should have an opinion on this topic, and you have not gotten into the minutia of the court documents and the hearings and the charges and all of that stuff, then in my opinion, you really need to shut up. Because some of us have actually done our homework and have looked into it. So I'm really grateful that Tucker has started to put this information out. I look forward to seeing what else he puts out. I still think it is a massive miscarriage of justice that the general public and all the J6 defendants and their lawyers do not have access to all of this discovery in order to help them plead their case. And I hope that those of you that are listening will turn your anger and your outrage into something positive, and to help these different January 6 political prisoners, especially, whether it's writing them letters or putting money on their commissary books or giving to their Give Send Goes, whatever it is, get involved, because it's a massive injustice. And honestly, I can say this for myself, and I think for other J6ers that are in here, we would be just as outraged and fight just as hard if this were happening to the other side, because it is wrong. It is not what America is about. It is not what we believe in as a country. And so I don't care if you're on the complete opposite politically of what I am. If this kind of injustice is happening to you and you no longer have rights in our country as a supposed free American, then I would fight tooth and nail for you. And I think that's something that's very unique about January 6 defendants compared to possibly other groups or other human injustices, is that we will fight for anybody who is being denied their basic due process and their basic rights. So thank God that the information is getting out there. Thank God that hopefully this will start to change hearts and minds. Hopefully we'll be able to get cases transferred out of DC to where you can actually be judged by a jury of your peers. Hopefully that some of the judges will see this too. because they're judging a lot of us based off of their hatred for President Trump, which has absolutely nothing to do with what it is we did or did not commit. Right? I walked inside the Capitol. I took a plea deal saying, okay, I walked inside the Capitol. I was convicted of that and I was sentenced of that and my time is done. But the consequences from January 6th are not done at all for the vast majority of us. So thank you for having this space and for letting me share. And I hope that all of you that are feeling this sense of outrage and anger will start to do something productive with it, to continue this information that is going out there to support the different January 6th groups. Just tune into every single morning. There is a January 6th wife whose husband has been incarcerated for over 2 years. Her name is Cajun Queen, and she hosts a space for January 6ers and January 6 defendants and their families every single morning. And if you listen to our side of the story, it doesn't matter if you agree with us politically. If you listen to our side of the story and start to see something besides the same 5 or 10 media clips that have been played on repeat for the last 2 years, then you might start to get an objective look of what actually happened. Thank you.
Tone? Tone, you there? I've given you the mic to add on to Jenny's thoughts.
Oh, hey, man. Thanks, Mario. Yeah, I've been trying to join your spaces for January 6th because I was there as well. I was on the west side where all that violence was going on. At the time, I had no idea. People on the east side were just walking into the Capitol. And if I was on the east side, I probably would have gone inside. So I did not end up inside the Capitol. So I was not in the situation like Jenny or you, Brandon. And I guess I got lucky. I actually don't even want to talk about everything because I was one of the few that did not get arrested. But I was there, and Jenny's absolutely right. I was going to say several of the things she already said, so I want to make this real quick, and I'll hand the mic over to Philip. I know he's had his hand up for as long as me. Some of my friends got in trouble and arrested as well, and it's just crazy the way it was covered because I was there the whole time. I was actually in DC earlier than that. All my videos, by the way, from that day were removed by YouTube. I did stream a lot from that day. I actually spent like.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah,
what was the? Does anyone know what was the when the videos were removed? What was the reason YouTube gave, if any?
I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, it was live streamed and it was removed under the presence of spreading misinformation.
Do you remember when we covered this in the early days of the Twitter files, Ian? It was on Twitter, of course, not YouTube, but
yeah, I remember.
Similar theme.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, and
I'll let you finish it up
real quick. I'm gonna finish up real quick, and I was I've also seen a lot of stuff going on in DC because I was in DC back in November as well, a few months before, and I was covering the Proud Boys March. So I was there for that as well. I'm not a member of the Proud Boys, but I was there because I knew a few people that were, and I did a lot of live streams during that march. I literally watched someone get stabbed by Antifa at that time, and a lot of those videos were removed by YouTube as well. So it's been crazy trying to just cover even live streams and showing the truth about what was going on.
Philip, final thoughts? And just Philip, I mean, just thought I'd tell the audience. Obviously, we this was an unexpected development by Fox, so we didn't plan for this space, but it went great, and I appreciate everyone joining. So we'll be prepping for tomorrow's space, where we'll focus on the next segment by Tucker Carlson. So I've just pinned above, and I've tweeted out my account if you want to join us tomorrow to continue the discussion and see what new videos are released by Tucker and Fox. But Philip, go ahead, and then we'll go to Brandon for his final thoughts.
I hear these Democrats for years talking about insurrection, and I never got the chance to speak. The Capitol Police almost killed me. I was holding Roseanne Boylan's hand as she died. I almost died myself. I hear these Democrats talking all this shit. I'm like, but here's the thing y'all have to understand. Democrats are the ones that did the insurrection. They're the insurrectionists. I know that because I was banned from Facebook. I was banned from Instagram. I was banned from Twitter. I was banned from GoFundMe. I was banned from Airbnb. I was banned from TikTok. And none of these platforms even gave a reason to why they banned me. On top of that, the Democrats burned America to the ground. They didn't just step inside of federal buildings. They burned these federal buildings down. They attacked federal agents, okay? And they did it for almost an entire fucking year. So for them to talk about, oh, well, they're standing, the Trump supporters stay inside a federal building, they broke the law. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Y'all burned America to the ground until Joe Biden. They didn't stop burning America to the ground until Joe Biden got in office. That is a violent insurrection. They did not stop their violence until Joe Biden got in office. It had nothing to do with George Floyd. George Floyd died of fentanyl. You could put your knee on the back of my shoulder.
Philip, just to go back, because I don't want to kick off the new debate, just to go back on what happened on January 6th. One curious point I want you to touch on before we go to Brandon. When you said you got suspended of all the platforms, hold on, you got banned from Airbnb as well as social media platforms?
Yes. Just like hours after Antifa knocked out my front teeth at my free speech rally in my
hours after the okay, how long after? So was that related to Jan 6, right after Jan 6, or was it a while after that?
It was before. Basically, big tech was going crazy with their censorship and bans because they're stealing the election from Trump. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Google, YouTube, they're all working together, conspiring to help Sleepy Joe get in there. I mean, the senile retard, he has to, use big tech to get in. That's really the only way he can. That, the BLM lies and all the COVID bullshit. Everything was fine. Trump was going to win. Then all hell breaks loose with COVID, with all the BLM nonsense. That's not a coincidence. That was planned, all right? The COVID-19, you see how there's tens of millions of Hong Kong protesters protesting for their freedom against the communists. Then all of a sudden, COVID comes out of nowhere, and these Chinese people go into hiding.
We're going a bit off topic, Philip. We're going a bit off topic, but I appreciate coming in. I just want to keep it just to balance the January 6th, just to not kick off a new debate, but I appreciate coming on.
Brandon. Mario, real quick. Whoever said earlier that protest happened because Trump people, couldn't stand the decision on the voting. No, we know it wasn't a fair election, right? They weren't there because they were in denial.
Again, but this, I don't want to kick off a debate on whether the election was fair or not, because I know that will take obviously a long time. But Brandon, give you just final thoughts, just on the discussion, and I appreciate you coming in and sharing your experience as well. I've had you on stage a few times, never this frustrated. So, mic is yours. All right, so I'm not sure if Brandon can't unmute, but I'm just gonna wrap it up.
Julie has her hand up.
I'll go after Julie. I lost my signal, but I'm back. But she can go ahead.
All right, cool. Julie, final thoughts. We'll go to Brandon, and then we'll have the moderators, the co-hosts.
Yes. So
go ahead, Julie.
Thank you so much for hosting this. I think it was very informative. I'm still waiting for Joa, and my grandparents were deployed to Joa's to Europe in 1940s to fight tyranny. And I think it is offensive for someone to come here and endorse tyranny of our American government, what they are doing. Now 1,000 defendants with 1,000 more coming, as we have been promised. And shame on anyone who promotes or supports what this regime is doing to Americans who dared to protest an illegitimate rigged election in 2020.
All right, so Joa, I'll let you respond and give us your final thoughts before Brandon.
Yeah, if anything, I'm fighting against tyranny, not trying to create tyranny. I mean, the rhetoric is absolutely ridiculous. Like, people stormed the Capitol building; they were dressed to do so. And if you can call it not storming, you can say we were waved in by police. You went into a building you weren't allowed into during a congressional hearing.
Guys, Julie, what I'm trying to do is I'm wrapping it up. So I've given everyone the time to speak. Yeah, Joe, I'll give you your final thoughts. I know a lot of you would disagree, but this is that's what happens in every space we host. Everyone disagrees. So Joe, our final thoughts, and we'll have Brandon final thoughts, and then we'll have the co-hosts wrap it up.
There's obvious problems with sentencing guidelines throughout America, which is very evident here as well. I'm not saying people deserve what they got, but you did do something wrong. There are consequences when that happens. And that's all I'm saying. You know, at the end of the day, there's things to look at, but you need to be fair and look at both sides. But justice is politicized on both sides. It's not just one-sided.
Thanks, Joe. Brandon, final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's absurd that you look. I don't know you as a person, but if you're anything like 99.99% of people on the political left in this country who have gone above and beyond day in and day out to make life absolute miserable hell for every person who has been dragged into this January 6th debacle nightmare, completely manufactured nightmare. And now you're coming here and being like, oh, well, you know, this happens on both sides. It's, you know, it happens the same. It's happening to you guys now. It's happened to other people on our side before. No, to the point that Philip made earlier, I don't need to reiterate the whole thing about what Black Lives Matter and Antifa did for an entire year. We all know, we all saw it. But I'll tell you some of the key differences. I never saw FBI billboards asking people to turn in Antifa, asking people to turn in BLM. I never saw entire Twitter accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers dedicated to hunting down Americans. We didn't do that to people on the left. In fact, I don't even know the name of the person who murdered police officer David Dorn, a BLM protester who murdered David Dorn, because when BLM started doing that and some people got arrested, although 90% of people had their charges dropped, more than 90%, we on the right just decided, let's let the criminal justice system handle it. We'll go back to work. We'll go back on with our lives. We never took a moment away to a phone call. We never took a moment to say that it's our responsibility to add to the misery of what's happening to other criminal defendants. It's not the same. It's never been the same. Nobody from BLM got permanently banned from PayPal, Venmo, Stripe, Patreon, Constant Contact, MailChimp, donor portals, email services, put on a terrorism list. All of these things have happened to me over my Class B misdemeanor charge. Google my name. Look at the dossier that you'll find that the government's compiled, putting me on a registry like a sex offender registry. We didn't do that to BLM or Antifa. You know, Google my name and look what the media has done to my name and my reputation over a Class B misdemeanor charge. I am so sorry that you are so offended that people breached the Capitol 2.5 years ago. But it's time to get over it. It's time to move on. And it's also time to let the criminal justice system handle it in a reasonable and fair way without adding all of these collateral punishments to people, banning people, canceling people, censoring people, and feeling that it's your duty and your obligation to contribute to the destruction of people's lives. It's not the same. It's never been the same. It's completely different what happened. Nothing like this has happened in American history.
And Mario, there's information I need you to know. Mario.
I do. No, Philip, I do want to wrap up because I know we'll just keep on going. I've given you the mic for final words. I do want the All Source, Slyman as the co-host, give us their final words, and then Tom, now we can wrap it up. All Source.
Hey, Mario. Yeah, so, sorry I had to join in late. Look, I'm in the military, served, and continue to serve at this time. We all saw what happened in January 6th. We all saw what happened. Now, does the Justice Department is trying to send a message? Absolutely. Absolutely. They're trying to send a message that this action is intolerable. Both this administration, this Congress, they're sending a message that this is unacceptable, that we cannot allow something like this to happen ever again in U.S. politics. And it cannot happen ever again in U.S. politics. We could throw BLM, we could throw Antifa, we could throw all that, and I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole at this time. Maybe for a different space. But the Justice Department absolutely agrees is sending a message, and they do that all the time. Today, Mario, one of the reasons why I got so consumed today and I had to wait later is 4 Americans were kidnapped in Matamoros, Tamaulipas. And although the press is not talking about it, I can guarantee you 3 of them, I have the video, are killed. The U.S. government is going to respond very severely. They're going to send a message. That's how the government works, both Republican and Democrat. And I can understand the frustration that a lot of the people that are on the receiving end feel of this, but that's how it operates. We cannot have a repeat of January 6th. You can protest all you want about the elections. You can protest all you want about President Biden. But in the end of the day, you might disagree. He was elected, he was sworn in, and he's the commander in chief. He is my commander in chief, just as President Trump was my commander in chief. And I served under his command, and I served under Biden. This is just how the Justice Department operates, and we've seen it time and time again.
Tom, final words.
We talked about two major corruption stories or controversies, however you want to call it, corruption or controversy. COVID, January 6th. In both cases, the American people have been denied, contrary to law, access to information about what happened. COVID on one side, January 6th on the other. And you can see the response we have to just this little bit of information that's been released. There are thousands of hours of video. There are hundreds of emails, and that's just in the House. I mean, in the Congress. We're not even talking about what the Justice Department and the other agencies have with their politicized prosecutions that haven't been released. So there's a lot more to be uncovered. And to this day, they're still withholding COVID, vaccine, Wuhan, you name it, type of materials. So, there's urgency here in resolving these issues. And one way to resolve them is to, get this information out as timely as we can. And the fact that it's been withheld for years is an indictment of our government, but also it suggests that those withholding them have something to hide.
Clayman?
Yeah, I mean, from looking at it, it's not that complex, and I don't even think many people disagree. Largely, if somebody on January the 6th did some kind of crime, they should be punished. But what the punishment shouldn't be is excessive to the point where something very minor has been punished to such an extreme level. Whenever you have that scenario, that justice system can never work. And that is hugely problematic. That's my first point. And just my final point, I get everything, and this is media, isn't it? And everybody knows from listening to spaces, I have a huge problem with the way mainstream media operates. And essentially, when you're looking at the videos, and I've seen the videos, I went through them to put them together, the exaggeration that seems to have occurred based on what I can see on the videos is immense, because yes, people bang some doors down. Yes, some things happen, but the level of sensationalism that's occurred on the January 6th issue has been horrendous. And I just disagree with all sorts. I get it, being an American, they have this kind of thing, it can never happen again. But to be honest, looking at it, it didn't even seem like that much of a big deal. Yeah, it was wrong. Yeah, it shouldn't happen. Yeah, measures should be taken in place. But even if it happened again, so what? It's not that much of a big deal, in my view.
Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming in. I won't give a summary on this one. And I understand there's a lot of emotion on stage. So I appreciate you all sharing your experience. And we'll see you again, hopefully tomorrow, as we prep for a panel to continue the discussion. For all sources, Slayman, whether you agree with them or do not, they've been with us since the beginning of the space, along with a few panelists, as well as Ian. So thanks a lot, both of you. And Joa as well, which I know he's getting a lot of slack for the first time. But yeah, appreciate you all for being on stage since the start of the space. And Tom, I think you've been since the start of the space 6 hours ago. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye, everyone.